That would be the loudest. Different. ये बेटर है तो बेटर है आप ये दोनों पहले नॉर्मल वो पहला वाला वो बेटर है एक बार सामने के साथ बैठ जा इसका बजर चूज करवा दे अरे ये ठीक हो जाती है स्कूल की बजर तो नहीं लगा लेकिन वो ठीक था समझ दे तो उसके बगल में बैठ जाओ उसके बगल में बैठ जाओ और एक बार ट्राई रन कर दो कि सुनाई दे तेज बजना चाहिए देख लो इधर से जाना उधर लैपटॉप लगा हाँ हाँ एक पेन हाँ ले लिया और लास्ट वाला थोड़ा तेज करके इससे क्या होगा हार्ड स्टॉप उसके बाद हमको फिर मैं दिख रही हूँ हर सब क्या बुलाया था क्या क्या समझ इसके लिए हो तो गया हो गया बैक एंड कॉल पे होनी चाहिए ना हमारे अगर बीच में टच बात करने को आया है भाई इंग्लिश Hello everyone. So I'm going to explain the rules once to everyone. So the allotment is 7 minutes for your demo and 8 minutes for Q&A round. The first buzzer will go off at 6 minutes 30 seconds to tell you that 30 seconds are left. After 7 minutes, if you take any more time for the demo, we will start the penalty. Then after 14 minutes, the third buzzer will go off to tell you that you have exactly 1 minute left to complete your Q&A round. After 14 minutes, 50 seconds, again there will be a buzzer, and after 15 minutes, I will be there to stop you. You cannot go after 15 minutes. It is a hard stop. So, shall we begin? Yeah. Start the timer. Jesse, they begin, start. You can start. So, good morning everyone. We are team number 29 and we are here to design the new way of living for our next generation.
So moving on to the main topic, that's excessive carbon emission, and that's very very evident on the earth. So what are the major effects of this carbon emissions? The first is the rising sea level. Second is the loss in biodiversity, and third is air pollution. So it is very evident from the charts that the major amount of the carbon dioxide is emitted by industries, that is from construction, machinery, and in terms of specific industry, it's mainly plastic, rubber, and wood industry. So somebody needs to take action against these effects, right? So following are the global players and the Indian players that have taken significant steps to reduce their carbon emissions. Be it Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Tata Steel, Infosys, they have taken significant steps to reduce their carbon emissions. And one thing to notice here is that each of these companies are offsetting their emissions through the purchase of carbon credits. So carbon credits and these certificates are of they play a very vital role. They create a carbon based like they create a market based solution where organizations can buy carbon credits to offset their emissions. And not only that, there are certain institutions that step in to verify these carbon credits and they ensure that the process is very legitimate and they create actual impact and reduction of emissions. Carbon credits and carbon credits. कहाँ से आते हैं ये carbon credits? So the process is very simple. एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को पहले प्रोजेक्ट अपना डिजाइन एंड डेवलप करना होता है. The second is the validation and verification part, where the numbers are matched, validated, then it's monitored complete throughout the year, and the certificates are then verified and issued. After the issuance, after the issuance of carbon credits, it's traded, which allows companies to offset their own carbon emissions, and the carbon credits also retired to ensure that the total carbon emissions in the atmosphere are reduced over time. So, what are these standards which the companies have to match? So, there are three global players in it: Vera, Gold Standard, and American Carbon Registry. And the players that help in India to achieve these standards are mostly Earth Carbon Check and Keyway Certificate Services, which are also our competitors. They help companies to design their process, improving their processes to achieve sustainability, reduce risk, and enhance their reputation, and also to invest in projects that reduce or remove greenhouse gases. So there are already players, there is already a system established. So what is the gap? What is the opportunity available? So the remote locations of projects is not accessible, and this whole process of validation and verification requires physical method of surveying, for which the process is very complex and the resources become limited. And the market of private landowners, which of green cover, sequesters a lot of carbon which is unaccounted for. So this is a big market we can tap into. And in the next slide, we can show you that the total green cover in India is 80.9 million hectares. Out of which 35% is privately owned, which accounts to 28.31 million hectares. Now, talking about the calculation, the number of trees in hectare is 1000, and the number of carbon credits generated by 1000 trees in a year is 20 carbon credits. So, if we look into this privately owned green cover, the number of carbon credits generated in a year will be 566.3 million carbon credits, which is a huge number. And all these calculations are done on the lower end of the range spectrum so that we could establish the feasibility and scalability. So, introducing Green Slash, a validation and a verification body that empowers Indian landowners. So, our mission is very simple. We assist all the Indian landowners to contribute towards a better future. We offer one-stop solution. Get your land assessed, verified, validated, and we let you know the carbon credit value of your land. And not just that, after a year of close monitoring, we issue you certificates. So once you get your certificates, you can trade your carbon credits in any market. And very interesting part, we use a cutting edge satellite imagery technology. So that satellite collects images of the land in the interval of 10 days, and we use that images to predict our calculations. And this eradicate the scope of on-site visit. As far as the video is concerned, we have already uploaded the video on the report. Thus, we proceed to the next part. And for the user flow, we are using the government standard protocol, that is Aadhaar system and the OTP system, to onboard the user on the platform. So, coming to the high-level design, आधार के थ्रू all the API endpoint, that is API-settle.com, वहाँ से land details fetch करके उसको as an array of land coordinates उसको हम satellite imaging के through we are getting the band of infrared light and red lights which are used for the vegetation index that will be coming into the algo part of it. Now here we are using
Normalized Difference Vegetation Index, which is a concept initialized by Korean Institute to basically define how the vegetation part of a land is well defined. So it ranges from +1 to -1, and that is that healthy plants reflect more NR and green light as compared to other variants and absorb red light. And corresponding to that, we quantify into the carbon stock and the carbon credits.
Okay. So coming to the most important point, that is the go-to market strategy of a startup. So whom we are targeting is the private landowners who have green cover on their land. We are going to create awareness by targeted marketing campaigns and increasing our social awareness by social platforms. Along with that, we are going to market or collaborate with the government bodies who are actually there involved in carbon trading, along with the other industries, other companies that are involved in renewable energy and similar sectors. Along with this, we have expansion plan to go with state-wise plan. Since Madhya Pradesh has the largest land cover in India, largest green cover in India, we are going to first use and implement a technology in Madhya Pradesh. Followed by that, we will ramp it up across the whole India. Next slide, please. So the revenue model, coming to the revenue model, the fee quotation as of now cannot be fixed to a particular number because it depends on three factors. That is number of certificates issued, second is the technical parameters, and third is geographical parameters. Based on these data, we will be able to conclude with a fee on a later on basis. So coming on to the future scope, we are going to become a one-stop solution for all sustainable projects, in which these are some of the base projects mentioned. So that's all from my side. Thank you. We are now open to questions.
Have you done something in energy? No. This is the first. Why do you know this? So it goes like this. We could realize that a lot of companies are investing into offsetting projects, renewable energy, and then when we delve into what is the complete process, we found this gap that the validation and verification part takes a lot of resources, takes a lot of time in monitoring, and a lot of organizations have to be included in this simple process of issuing the carbon credits. And we figured out this simply could be done by a satellite inventory, which can actually calculate the carbon sequestration of a privately availability. So using this market gap, we thought this is a good opportunity that we can target.
We are actually using internal science that is actually gathering data by infrared levels. We will be able to accurately measure the greenness or the amount of carbon dioxide consumed at a particular area.
And so basically, understanding the website defines the carbon stock in terms of bands of resolution or rate of time. But every particular rate of time, we have to website. And for that, we define the program as the standard method for defining the station of any lane, which will be and based on that, program research paper is calculated for Institute and US Forest Service. Even in the Indian context as well, we define our carbon.
You have to solve energy.
Yes.
Where would you rank carbon management tools?
Yeah. So coming on to the various aspects, like
Not just using in general to solve energy. What's the first thing that comes to mind? And why do we solve it?
So energy, the various sources for any country to develop, or for any type of profits, we do need energy. Right. For any type of progress or any country to develop, we do need energy. But the problem with
why do we need solve it?
right. So what the problem with energy production is that primarily it is done through the thermal power plants or oil and gas, which emits a lot of carbon dioxide. So we need to have a placement in the method where we can reduce our carbon emissions and redirect our energy towards building where the impact on environment is less.
And like as far as the question is concerned, like you were saying that we need to rank that. So obviously that carbon credit market wouldn't be the first choice to go with because people are just getting aware of. But we are just empowering our like existing generation for like to be prepared when the things come handy. We don't have any like we don't get lag behind.
So what's the first person?
first thing would be like innovation in the technology they use, and
Like the current process that involves the current certifications and physical processes.
Anyway, like you said that this is not the first thing that should be done to solve everything. So what should be done?
Okay, so the first thing that should be done is actually to improve the current energy production processes. But again, that is a very cost-hefty process. If you look at
Yes,
it,
like what's the source of how does energy get produced?
so if I talk about the current method of thermal power plants, so the coal is burned through steam and the energy is produced. Right?
How do you change that? What do you change?
Right. So people are currently moving towards renewable energy sources. Right? So, but
So what are they changing? They're changing the raw material.
yeah, they're changing the raw material completely. Now, earlier we used to burn our coal. Now we are putting solar panels, wind farms to generate energy. But the thing with that is, it is very expensive.
What's the next thing in energy? Like you said, wind, solar, what's the next thing that
Yeah, so the next thing is moving our dependence on fossils to renewable sources.
like water,
Yeah.
wind and solar, these are the
Right. Yeah. So the problem with the existing process is that carbon is getting emitted. We need to shift the model. So we know that factory owners or industries won't directly shift to the renewable sources of energy. So the problem is how do we get them acquainted, or how do they get acquainted with this strategy? So that's how different markets are there. Carbon, like, the government is implementing various strategies, that is carbon trading. So that if one person is absorbing or emitting more carbon, there is other person who is actually absorbing that carbon. So we are actually producing a net zero emission in the
That's not in real life, it's virtual. Like you're essentially giving more money to people who are sustaining themselves.
yeah, who are actually having a clean cover from the barren land. We're actually monetizing them for the noble cause that they are actually absorbing the carbon.
It's not generative.
no, but like that landowner will take that money and he will be like taking care of that.
Exactly. तो यहाँ पे दो चीजें हैं. So एक है कि जो ट्री चढ़ा रहे हो, बना रहे हो, right? दूसरा is you're not destroying the land.
Yeah.
So you are trying to monetize and not destroying the land.
Yeah.
Why does that need to be monetized in general?
So
कि अभी incentive लोग को देता है to stop killing things.
yeah,
So what happens is कि currently इंडिया में अगर आप 2021 का डेटा देखेंगे तो टोटल एमिशन वाज 2.7 बिलियन gigatons of carbon dioxide. अगर मैं उसको कार्बन डेट्स पे इक्वेट करूँ 2.7 बिलियन, right? So companies have to take measures to replace it with buying carbon.
I know what you're talking about, but what are the fundamentals to where India is not as developed as US? Like, when US was developing, they were like releasing much more carbon than India. So let's give India a gap, sort of do that. And all of this essentially happened because they wanted India to come. It's because of their country.
So actually, so what happened? आपने जो point रखा ना exactly this is the word. So West has played its part, and now they're pushing everyone to get into this sustainability vision of 2050. Now what is happening is that India में already resources limited. Now this is a resource of 566 million of carbon credits. अगर हम इसको account नहीं करते हैं तो it becomes difficult for our companies to progress. But if you take account, this is actually 20% to 25% of what is getting emitted. So अगर हम इसको account करते हैं, this gives a bandwidth to the company to further explore and expand their operations.
And as far as the renewable energy part is concerned, India is not able to track the entire part of it. That is the prime reason that we have to
coming to Indian mindset. Why do we own the land? Like, why do we own land? It's mainly to generate profits.
Yeah, chill. I got it. Chalo, cool. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Thanks everyone.
We just remove it. We just remove it. Okay.
Team 55.
क्या हुआ?
लैपटॉप इज नॉट चार्ज.
आप आगे ना
Team 57 standing in front of you to present Health Safe, redefining safety. With the advent of low-cost sensors and other technological advancements in the past 1.5 decades, measuring and monitoring of the health of a person has become easy and accessible. Widespread adoption of smart wearables like smartwatches, smart rings have come into the market. But if you observe, there has been no such real-time monitoring and further subsequent SOS system as an application being built to the jobs, to the communities involved in jobs under extreme conditions like mining workers, firefighters, etc. Hence, there is a dire need to address these occupational hazards of such people using tech-enabled solutions. In order to legitimize this problem statement and understand the ground reality of what is happening, we had two interactions. Number one, we contacted the general manager of BEML associated with Naval Lignite Corporation to understand the mining activities and the problems faced by miners on a day-to-day basis. And in order to understand the health aspects that has to be monitored, we contacted doctor of our institute to understand where to keep sensors and how to monitor. And third, we understood that database of health records of all people have to be maintained so that further monitoring and understanding could be done. Let's see how we have utilized all these things and built.
So, as you said, we have discussed with the healthcare sectors people. So after discussing from the healthcare sector people, we came out that we require actually 4 sensors specifically. We have implemented the MQ2 sensor, which is a gas sensor detecting any inflammable gas in the mine, suppose a gas pocket broken or anything. We have added a SOS button which will alert the persons and alert the authority concerned that there is an alarming conditions over here. We have added buzzers so that the person itself get alert, temperature sensors, pulse rate sensors, oxygen level sensors. We have added all these things to monitor the real time health of a particular individual. We have also made this SOS button in such a manner that it can detect automatically as well as by pressing the button. If you press the button, the alert will be sent to you, and if you don't press it again, it will be sent to the concerned authority that you are in the alarming situation, and you need the concerned authority can take the action based on the data that is sent to them. Suppose SpO2 level is high, so it will be indicating that it's on the danger level. So the end. Now next I would like to invite Chirag to discuss how this ground station, how this data will be transferred from one place to another.
Hello everyone, you would be wondering how come in a remote area like a mine or an underground area can have communication links. So for the data from the helmet to reach to the central control unit, we have devised a method which we invented by thorough research, and it is based on ground station. The data from the helmet, in the case of an SOS, will be sent to the first ground station, which will relay to the next ground station, and which will relay to the final ground station, which through which our central control unit will be attached. Also, the ground stations can also act as flooding detectors. There is a big issue in mines that flooding can occur due to groundwater sources leaking. So there is a flooding sensor here. So as soon as the flooding is detected in one of the ground stations, it will send alert to the central unit. Also, these ground stations have a range of 1 kilometer. So, but for the act of redundancy and also non-line of sight communication, these ground stations will be set apart by 500 meters. Also, the ground stations can be powered even when there is outage of electricity, because they are they have backup powers in them. So, to explain more about software aspect of our prototype, I call upon Nishan.
Hello everyone. Now I'll explain about the two software components which are involved in our project, which is main station and the ground station. The part of the main station is to record the data which are being transmitted by the raw data to stored in the helmet and store that to damage the database, and also to transmit the data which is being recorded into a HTTP request to a backend server. The role of the backend server is to just notify the supervisor about the events which are generally happening in the mines, which are ground stations. Then I'll call Sarah to put the helmet.
So this is our helmet. So in this, as you can see, there are the miner can set his LED beam and all those things which he requires. These are the sensors which he can wear on his earlobes currently. This is the battery pack which we will be using. And as you can see, there is one buzzer which will act as an input for him, so that he can understand when an SOS has been sent. Also, there is an MQ2 sensor which acts for which detects all the combustible gases, poisonous gases, and can send the SOS. As you can see, one SOS was sent. There is an LED which glows red when an SOS is sent, and it passes through all these ground stations to the final processing unit. So, SOS. Okay. So,
So the data which is sent by the control helmet will be recorded in this ground station, and through the code which is written in the data will be shown here, and afterwards they will send to the ground station, the backend server, and also stored in the database. And the work of the backend server is to analyze the fields which are being recorded or sent by the ground station or control station, and to notify the supervisor regarding the danger events which are then. And this is the backend code which supervisor will be interacting with.
So the next part is moving on to the future plans that we have, which is first one, we would like to use aloe vera batteries which are non-explosive and affordable. We would have a BP sensor that can monitor the blood pressure using ultrasonic sensor. So coming to the most important part, the cost of this helmet and the ground station, as mentioned here, is by summing up the MRP price that is available in the expensive Indian market. But we plan to custom build the PCB so that the Arduino and wires can be compact and reduce in the cost. Thank you.
One very simple question.
Yeah.
How many people are there in this mining?
Yeah. So when we talk to Neyveli Lignite Corporation, so it has sub verticals that had around 500 miners on a in regions of mines. A set of miners will be there. For example, 50, 100, 200, and so on, depending on the type of work that is happening. So the mines will be divided into multiple zones, and people will be working. And these ground stations that are attached will cover those zones.
I will use a helmet for everyone.
Yeah. So in the helmet, multiple sensors are placed that monitor the health. When any parameter of the health, for example, temperature, BP, or the inflammable gas concentration goes beyond the ideal concentration, an SOS will be sent to the central station. Because the problem that we got to know was casualties and other incidents of fatalities happen because the mines are inaccessible by ambulance on a quick time.
Okay, let's break it down.
Yeah.
You're measuring water, BP, temperature, and
BP, temperature, pulse rate, and oxygen level, plus if there is any gas, plus water level, any flooding.
both helmet के
Helmet के through,
ये तीन चार
हाँ, चार.
why
Okay, so thing is, first of all, this is more accurate on the helmet things. SOS thing is there. If you can put it on a watch that doesn't
pulse is more
Plus-
accurate than head?
Yeah, because see, this there is big pain coming from here, so it's more accurate. After discussing them, we found it. Plus, this is we are putting it for some mind helmet as of now. Our plan is to extend this to firefighters also, which has to work in a hazardous situation where they cannot wear watch and all. Plus, we can add a camera also in the front so that can detect a person a smoke also. We can put it to another any risky optimization area because the helmet is the area which is unexplored. Talking about the numbers, there are approximately 15,000 medals dying every year globally because of not getting proper aid. And we don't even talk about the numbers that are there. Plus, data, if we are saying about the data thing, this data thing is very useful because for the mining people, they have certain legal laws and commission that we require. Plus, the data what you are sending, they can constantly record the data and see whether the miners are healthy or not. Because if you watch, you can remove it, but your health you cannot do it properly. Without helmet, you won't go there. If you remove your watch, it's fine. But if you put your helmet, it's thing is, miners don't report that they are not feeling. Simple as that. They don't report that I am not feeling well. I have this problem, that problem, because they are getting paid daily, so they don't report. So for recording all the data, so that we can monitor it and we can take legal action and we can just do it proper way, like take care of their health, whether they are not overdoing it, over exercising it, and we assure our legal limits, plus avoid any loss. Like it's a 3.2 trillion industry per year. Mining, they can actually like flooding can give a very big loss.
To just add on, our core idea was to build, enhance the safety on top of the protective equipments worn by them. If we introduce any smartwatch or other protective thing, in the hard labor, it gets very difficult. So we wanted to integrate our safety features on top of the protective element already they are there, which is the helmet.
Have you found out like safety budget for mining companies?
Yeah, so safety budgets. We talk about the safety budgets. It's since I've already told you 20 industry safety budget. They actually spend like 10 to 20% about that.
The mining industry, the mining ministry, coal mining.
Yeah, if you search online, what is called
I'm saying like let's say you send a SOS. Is someone going to come and help you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the particular the central control unit will receive that SOS.
I get it. Like your system is watertight, but the current system.
Yeah, I would like to explain what happens.
That.
If there is case of any fatality, the miners near that area call the supervisor using some walkie-talkies and other thing. So then an ambulance with medical assistants and doctors come up to the place, address their problems, and then go back. So this is a very redundant process and a time-taking one.
Is there an insurance policy? There's a place there, like for example, like, there's this company called Slumber. If it kills someone during its activity, it has to pay $500,000 to this other insurance company. People are benefiting, उनको नहीं मिल रहा, बहुत कम. And the reason is, if they have to pay this much, they have to protect health of these people.
Yeah.
Is there something like this that is there?
So I would like to first add on a point. The Coal Authority of India, if you go to their site, the problems they are facing, the first statement, first line is saying healthcare of the workers. Like they are properly mentioning that they have been facing this problem. So to answer your question, like is there anything that will happen casually? Yeah, they have to do that, but that's according to the law. If you put this device on a particular thing and you're recording the data will be continuously monitored. So you can't legally make a loophole. It's actually a good thing that will avoid any legal loopholes.
Also, the major issue is like the major issue cause of death is heart attacks and all. And heart attack is all about fast response.
And if such big process like the contacts to supervisors then send it to further, it is a very long process. This will take just 1 to 2 seconds and it will reach to the main control station. So it is very fast. We are reducing that time. So there is a higher possibility we will be able to save that person. Also, since we are measuring temperatures and all, if he is doing over exhaustion, his body temperatures rise. So we can give him a warning that you can slow down, you can take a break because you are over exhausting your body.
And this ground station will automatically tell you the location. No need to
Yeah,
comment.
each ground station has each ground station has its number. So each number is associated to a certain location in mind. So using these the data which we are sending also sends the helmet number and also the ground station number. So using that ground station number, we can exactly locate where the helmet is. We can see what, since we have a parameter like parameter of items, we can check which condition he is suffering from. So the ambulance team which we send inside, they can go prepared. If there is a also example, one more is that in coal mines there can be sometimes methane gases are stored within coal mines and they burst out. Many people can faint in such situations. So there won't be anyone to tell even there is a problem. So our helmets will work in such situations. They will send an SOS no matter what is the condition.
That's what I.
Thank you.
What about
Every 39 seconds, there is a new cyber attack in the world. One of the main reasons is the BYOD trends, which has moved data from corporate networks to personal devices. A recent research in AIMS showed that there was a data loss of 3 to 4 crore patients. Private funding scenario shows that there was a total amount of 35.5 billion investment in 2022, 3.2 billion investment in 2021, 764 billion in 2020, and 4 billion in the previous decade. We can see that there is an exponential trend in the past decade. Global public investments.
Why do we need to actually move towards quantum computing? Why do we need to adapt to it? Well, quantum computers are extremely fast. Due to that, what happens is that it has the capacity of breaking all present day modern approach, and it reduces to zero. So what we that is one problem. And the second problem that we're facing is classical computers are have limited computational capacity and take an awful amount of time to solve various heavy computational problems. What are our solutions that we are providing for those particular problems? They are cybersecurity solutions, personal privacy softwares, computation services, and model training facilities. Now let's move on to services and technology. So we plan to provide prompt, accurate, and proactive solutions to secure systems globally. We also empower people by providing them with the necessary tools so that they get to know where their security is lacking, where their flaws of their security are to monitor their security as well as to improve it on a regular basis. Complex problems such as image processing or computer vision, these can be addressed by using value-based quantum vision. Now we intend to offer quantum algorithms for computer vision as well as cryptography.
Our product relies heavily on hybrid methodologies, that is, convolutional neural network, CNN-based deep learning model that combines both conventional and quantum machine learning. Our final output will be used in the same manner as any existing model, but with quantum product operating in the background. We also envision to create cutting-edge algorithms that will coordinate with quantum hardware.
Now, in terms of cryptography, our product basically is a hybrid quantum encryption system that incorporates digital signatures as well as key encapsulation methods, and creates one post-quantum cryptographic algorithm. So now, while key encapsulation protects the key from any sort of external dangers, digital signatures ensures that your data's integrity remains the same, and it also plays an important role in terms of verifying your identity. Uh, Additionally, we would strive to develop fresh and enhanced new quantum algorithms that can be deemed to be uncrackable by conventional hackers.
So we have attempted flexible representation of quantum images, FRQI, to encode images in quantum. We now translate our images in quantum language and go on for image processing. In image processing, edge detection has mainly been implemented by us. Quantum hardware edge detection algorithm has also been utilized for image processing.
So now, in terms of cryptography, our implementation includes a network encryption system that is based off of Kyber. Kyber is a post-quantum cryptographic method that relies on key encapsulation methods, which is resistant to various cryptanalytic attacks. Now, what we wish to do is we wish to integrate this with another algorithm called as Falcon, which is a digital signature, digital signature-based algorithm. Yeah.
Major applications of quantum CV are autonomous vehicles, satellite image detection, and that of quantum cryptography are money encryption and quantum safe cryptography.
I would like now to show you the business model. The key partners are quantum research community, cloud services, banking sectors, and hardware providers. Customer segments. We are catering to a large range of customers, including research institutions, individuals, and large corporations. Our cost structure includes R&D, employee salary, and general marketing. The revenue streams will be by product licensing, customized models, and consultancy services. We provide a value by providing products like advanced quantum computing technology, enhanced cybersecurity solutions, 24/7 online services, and high-speed image processing. These are the other segments.
Qwords, being one of the first companies to enter and capitalize the quantum computing market, will be able to make most of this opportunity. We will offer a wider range of technologies, giving us an upper edge over other companies. Here is the roadmap of our startup. We will create our prototype and send it to the companies for beta testing. We will later improve our MVPs and scale and obtain scale economies. In last 8 years, quantum CV market revenue will accelerate at CAGR of 26.3%. So with an unparalleled technological advantage, our service will empower users across the globe to solve complex optimization challenges across various industries. With new attacks and approaches that develop exponentially in future, our product will become even more relevant. Words pale into insignificance upon discovering the use and trends of quantum computer vision in fields of space and satellite, and it will help in developing society to its depth. Thank you.
Yeah, actually we have a
Bunny once again. I don't see, but what do you bring?
For in terms of cryptography, we actually created a Kyber model, which is it's a scaled down version of Kyber. Kyber is actually a post quantum cryptographic method, and it relies on NP-complete problems. NP-complete problems are basically problems that take a huge amount of computation in order to solve it.
Using such a problem, we create there is an algorithm called Kyber, and we have implemented a small scale version of that called baby Kyber. That is in terms of cryptography. And what we wish to do with that is Kyber only shows the key encapsulation part of our security system. And there's another part that will be important, especially in data companies where you have huge data and they can be corrupted easily by any sort of employee. So that's where another algorithm called Falcon comes into use, which and using its digital signature technology, we will even provide security in terms of that too. So that is our list of the idea in terms of cryptography. Now, sir,
Which I use for the content for
no. We just started like
Yeah. In quantum computer vision, it's a relatively new field, and let's explore. So we have mainly read some of research papers, and we try to implement the images in quantum form. Because mainly the images in quantum computers in classic computers are represented in binary bits, but in quantum computers we need to represent them in qubits. So the quantum bits. So we need to represent them in the quantum form for image. So that we implemented using flexible representation of quantum images. That's a relative new encoding images in quantum form. And then we also tried to implement edge detection, because any image processing task starts with edge detection, because we need to know where are the edges and how is the image structured. So for that we implemented an algorithm called as quantum hardware edge detection algorithm. So we just try to implement using Qiskit, the open source computer language of IBM.
you guys know this company called Boson?
Yes, sir.
Which year are you guys?
Second.
Cool. And that's it. That's all.
Just what I would like to add. Boson Q has only implemented the cryptography part of it. They have not started at the company.
I know. I just asked this question because anyway, cool. I you guys hanging out after this. Okay. So just send me a topic.
Sure.
Actually, we have
It's a little bit problem, honestly. Let me ask this.
So, good morning everyone. Thank you for being here. Myself Sonu, Saurabh, and my teammate Jay. Today we are here to present you an idea that has the potential to change lives. Connect brains. As the name suggests, it intends to connect two brains. Do you remember the days before even all of this, before even JE, just before your 10th board exam, wondering which career you should choose, which path you should take, and whom should you talk to? You wanted to make it big, but you didn't even know what your actual career interests were. So we went ahead and asked people if they had the same problem.
So we went and did survey across India. We found out that around 50% of people said they very often or often feel the need, strong need to talk with someone about their life and career. And along with that, more than 75% of people raise the concern that online resources are not enough for them and they need one-to-one mentor. And the data that we got, we analyzed the data and we got this percentage, 48% of students in the first year showed concern about the career and life. And you can see that the data first increases and then decreases. We can infer the decrease in the data for the fourth year due to the placements because they might get their desired or undesired placements, but the concern gets decreased. So these two customer segments, the second year and third year, we are focusing on initially.
So that's all about the problem. Now what's the solution we have built? So let me introduce to you Connect Brains, an AI-driven powerful software application that lets anyone anywhere based on their digital footprint find their true actual interests, and then on top of that it will connect them with people who are already successful in similar domain. So let's have an example. Imagine a person sitting in quota just giving J advance and he couldn't clear it. For him, the future is dark and all he sees is nothing. So he goes to Connect Brains and gives the access to his digital footprint. Then based on his digital footprint and all his data, whatever he searches on YouTube, his Google history, his Quora questions, our Connect Brain suggests his top 3 interests. So he might be preparing for an engineering institute, but it might be that he's more interested in martial arts based on whatever he is doing online. So Connect Brains will suggest the top 3 interests, and then it will recommend him to talk with the top 3 people on those domains. Then he can talk. So those people will already be ahead in their career path and can tell him what life would be like in those careers and what hurdles will he face. So he can sit there and analyze so which career path we have to choose. is engineering for me or not? So that's the thing. Now Jayant will explain you more about technology.
Moving on to the technology stack, first thing about the data collection. So collecting the digital footprint from a person is, comes with a lot of security reasons. Especially when we are starting out, why do someone wants to give the digital footprint to us to access all their LinkedIn searches, Quora searches, Google searches, and YouTube searches? First, let me tell you like how we get the data. We just scrape off the searches and their browsing histories to collect the data and what they have been doing digitally, and then we process them into clusters. Mostly, we'll be using the M clustering algorithms to cluster their interests, and we reform the development. So once we have an interest at place, we take the new searches, new things they do online into to incorporate the model to form a recommendation engine. And as well as the user keeps on browsing online or making things making searches his interests online, we keep feeding those networks into a model and keep the model fine tuning. So the security reasons come in. So the first thing we are doing is right, the model forms the core engineering aspect of the app. And if we keep this model needs the data of the user, and if we keep this model in the backend and ask the user for take the input, give the digital footprint, it costs a lot. He feel insecure of giving his digital footprint. What we are considering is like making a binary file and making it in the front end, so that the computation of the clusters, his core interest happen in the front end, and we only take back the his interest and how we will be connecting him or her to the other mentors or mentees. So that's about the overall design and making him secure on platform.
Yes. So from this point on, there are two words: one without connectors and one with connectors. So which one would you rather? And
Why do you connect people? So first of all, I started off in another radio privatizing or public is going to college jobs, which are there are some good colleges having good jobs, and they want to showcase those clubs to the other outside world, and the students want to come in and get into that. Problem there arises like they don't even know like which club to join. So it's like there may be a same college offering like photography. So which club do I need to join? Is photography really for me? They were in that kind of condition. And not even
yes, on top of that, the main pain point of people is like we have information overload happening in this era. So people don't even know what their actual interests are. So that's the main problem. That's the main pain point that connectness is solving. And on, is there something called actual interest?
yeah. So I just had fine-tune mode, not directly hyperparameter curve. But what I thought is like I have been like doing during my college year, I was like trading all the time in the stock market. So I just implemented like I gave my digital coach and asked me like if the trading comes in my top 5 things, I think the model works. It gave me a 4 for the trading. I mean, it's generally for me. And once we have these interests of a person in place, we can generally connect them with people doing similar searches or similar interests in place. So it's like you see a LinkedIn profile, you see a Quora profile, and see that this guy has worked on this and he worked at this institution. But it's basically like it's like what framework or what do you say, what problem he's addressing there. Are you both like-minded? It's not it's hidden on that's what I would say. It's like because not like-minded, but people had a fire to work on similar problems, or beyond that actually.
What we actually planned is we are connecting them with people who are already very successful on the same domain. As he talked about trading, he's trading a lot. So if we can meet with someone who has already made so much money and is very successful in the trading domain, he can talk with him like what's the career path will look like, what hurdles will he get. So he can better sit back and analyze, is this the career path I want to go? That's the reason we are trying to a successful person. Because if you do not talk with person who has already walked the same path, how would you know that what hurdles will come along? You're just choosing any random.
Sorry, that is like how do people do it? Like how do you do it? Like you speak to someone. In general, like
Yes.
I'm not
In
saying it's a
general,
bad thing.
we talk.
Something like what happens.
Yes, in general, we talk to seniors who are in the same path, but even that is
Seniors
limited.
is not enough. Seniors is like 8 to 7.
We reach out to LinkedIn, but LinkedIn is very formal. It is one-to-one video meeting, so he gets to talk with the real person.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. This is team number 17. Let's start. With ML as a service industry is growing and whooping 39% CAGR. Data is the new king and model accuracy is the new mode. With increasing value of these AI resources, they become a lucrative theft target. 40% of the organizations, according to report by Gartner, 40% of the organizations have faced a ML security breach. Due to competition and eagerness to capitalize on the market, companies are forced to release their products sooner and faster without taking appropriate security measures in place. So, not only this, the big giants such as Google, Tesla, Microsoft, OpenAI have faced such ML attacks. So, to put things into perspective, suppose you are a CTO of a health tech organization or a health tech startup which has just started and it's working in medical diagnostic space. So, मान लो आपके ऊपर attack हो, ML attack. So, what three things can happen is, first, आपका patient data चोरी हो गया. Second, आपकी accuracy बिगड़ गई, उसके कारण आपका जो diagnosis है वो गलत हो गया. Third, आपका मॉडल जो आपने इतनी मेहनत से बनाया था वो किसी ने रेप्लिकेट कर दिया एंड योर मोड इज नाउ गॉन. ये पब्लिक भी हो सकता है मॉडल. सो विद दिस कंसर्न्स व्हाट हैपेंस इज नाउ यू एंड योर टीम डिसाइड्स कि चलो एक कोई सॉल्यूशन बनाते हैं इसके. यू सिट विद योर इंजीनियर्स बट द सैड रियलिटी इज ML एंड ML सिक्योरिटी आर अ लिटिल डिफरेंट फील्ड ऑफ एक्सपर्टीज. उसमें एंड लिटिल अ डिफरेंट डोमेन. So, with the help of open source tools available, you plan to do this. But since it's a different field of domain, you could not. So, what you plan is, so what happens is, the security industry is continuously growing as of now. There are really new advancements. So, with the help of automations, the attacks can also be automated. So what happens is there are new types of attacks, there are new varieties of attacks, there are new complexities of attacks, and the pace is always changing. So you need to continuously be in that loop कि मैं defense ठीक करूँगा, attack ठीक होगा, फिर मैं भी defense ठीक करूँगा. The loop is continuous. So this is a tiresome process, and you need to focus on your core product, right? So instead of that, you go towards consulting firms, but the consulting firms are really too expensive and hard to approach. So what happens is small and medium scale enterprises really need a scalable end-to-end solution which has ease to access as well as is continuously evolving for their enterprises. So here we present Shield, a plug and play end-to-end ML security solution.
So the process is very simple. Basically, the user can download a software application and then they provide the part to their ML model and the shadow data set which is already there on their instance. Then we run a series of automated attacks on their ML model, and the precision with which these attacks are successful determines the vulnerability score of the ML model to factors such as the risk of model replication, the risk of data theft, and the risk of a potential decrease in the model accuracy.
I'll just interrupt you in there. So I'll just run a sample attack here. So I'll just run a poisoning attack. And I'll use the dataset that is the fashion illness, and I have a pre-trained model because it really takes a long time to train the model. And I'll just specify the architecture that is CNN, and I'll just run it and she'll continue.
So let's continue with the presentation going on.
So while attacks are running on, we also assess the results and we come up with some defense solutions to provide. Alright, so one of the most viable solutions is that you identify the poison data in your training data set and you eliminate those rogue data points. This basically works like how antibiotics work on our bodies, but like by eliminating the foreign substance. Next method is that we introduce a kind of a layer which is also known as the noise matrix on our training data set. Now what happens is once you introduce this noise matrix on a training data set and then train your model on it, you're kind of providing immunity to your ML model. This acts like a vaccine. So it is less susceptible to certain kind of ML attacks such as invasion. And the last but not the least is the addition of a penultimate training layer. Basically, you add a layer to your ML model, which basically changes the very genetics of your ML model. So So now let's just see that what the dynamic timeline was, right? So first of all, right now we are able to run 5 major kinds of attacks on our N model system, and we were able to come up with defense systems for the poisoning and evasion attacks, and these two attacks form about 89% of the total attacks which are there in the marketplace right now. So, what were the technical blockers that we faced? So, first of all, of course, this attack and defense system really requires a very high processing power, and that is something that can be solved very easily with resources and money. The second thing was that currently we are able to, run these defense mechanisms on the ML models, which are, built on libraries such as PyTorch and sklearn. So we plan to, scale it to include all kinds of library and language support. And the third and the most difficult to solve technical blocker is building a generalized defense system. So what does a generalized defense system basically look like? Alright, so when we move on to the next slide, you would see that this is an ML model, right? So you give it some kind of an input and you'll see an output. Now this is an overfitting ML model. An overfitting ML model is that when you give it an unseen input, then it gives you a wrong output because it was trained on a near perfect training data set. So what we do is we introduce a penultimate layer which is pre-trained using some huge volumes of data that we obtain from the industry for a particular use case. Now the addition of this penultimate layer changes the very genetics of your ML model, and in that way you are able to provide more robustness to your entire ML model. However, the problem here lies that you require huge volumes of label data from various industries, and the second problem being that there is a bypass to this solution, which is building robust algorithms to train our RML model. However, this requires a lot of research. So moving on, now we realize that AI sector is really booming and the industries are ready to invest to protect their crown jewels. So as ML area is increasing and developing, so is ML security. And what we want to contribute to the ML security is what antivirus softwares have already contributed to the cyber security world. That is to give an easy solution and something that is in a plug-and-play model. With that, we end our presentation, and now we are open to questions.
How common is this? I mean,
So,
I don't know, sorry.
So like ML attacks are pretty common. For example, certain attacks like data poisoning are very easy to do, and they affect the very training data set. And so basically, like attacks are ever evolving, and generally there is certain kind of loophole which is exposed because there are public APIs for certain working ML models, and it is very easy to determine your input and output data and train a replicating model with a very high accuracy.
So for example, Google Boot सब use कर रहे हैं.
मैं समझ गया, but how?
Let us say like in our campus the Instagram learning algorithms है. I take like if that is a kind of मतलब Instagram.
So according to report by Gartner, 40% कंपनीज पे ऑलरेडी हो चुका है. अभी ये वाला इंडस्ट्री ऐसा है ना, ये वाला इंडस्ट्री सर ऐसा है ना कि पहले डिटेक्ट पॉसिबल नहीं था कि अटैक हुआ है या नहीं, लेकिन आजकल वाटर मार्किंग का एक सिस्टम आ गया जिससे पता चल जा रहा है कि अटैक हुआ है. तो पहले पता ही नहीं चलता था अटैक हुआ, कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं थी जिसके पास रिपोर्ट कर पाए हुए अटैक, तो कोई ऐसे परफेक्ट डेटा नहीं था. लेकिन ये बहुत अवेयरनेस वाली इंडस्ट्री, बहुत सारे पेपर्स निकल रहे हैं, तो इसका ग्रोथ काफी है, इसलिए बहुत सारे रिपोर्ट हो रहे हैं आजकल.
Like Instagram recommendation algorithm, I just mentioned it now. So let's say कि वो मेरे close friends के मैं जो videos like कर रही हूँ, reels like कर रही हूँ, मेरे close friends को वही recommendations आ रहे हैं. So let's say I took 10 of my friends' phones and I liked some NSW content. So and that will create a domino effect, and like even in my close friend circle, वो काफी हद तक फैल जाएगा. Like I did it with 10 phones and it will spread among like 100-200 people. And they will start having NSW content. This is the kind of data poisoning we are introducing. We are fooling the model.
So the thing happening is जो attacks है ना वो भी सर automate हो रहे हैं आजकल.
समझ गया. तो तुम जो generalized security बनाना चाहते हो, like isn't that a general AI problem?
So the reason it's not
It's very hard to solve.
Yeah, it's very hard to solve because when we are trying to generalize attacks, we face problems like libraries different time, model architecture is different time. But like we do have solutions for that. However, the problem is if we have to implement it library by library and like continue the research work. But we were able to like implement it across for 5 attacks for like 2 libraries completely during our prototyping.
And industry wise भी कुछ पहले से हम ट्रेन करके रख सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल ऑटोमोटिव इंडस्ट्री, बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल लिया जो प्री पेनल्टीमेंट लेयर उसको पहले से ट्रेन करके रख सकते हैं कि बाद में जो बहुत ज्यादा प्रोसेसिंग पावर लग रहा है वो कम हो जाए. तो NLP बॉट लगा के यूज केसेस वाइज आप डाल सकते हो कि कौन सा यूज केस है और हम कौन सा पेनल्टी में क्लियर पहले से लगाएंगे.
And I like to show like this is not completely accurate.
नहीं मतलब मेजर की accuracy की कम
Because of vulnerable score, it will kind of like for the data set I specified it's kind of 22%. But after I ran a inference, so the accuracy, the loss of precision decreased to like 6.19, and even a decrease in 1% is a lot in this models. Like if you're driving a car of Tesla and the car instead of stopping for stops even goes right, then there's a life associated with this, and this is a kind of poisoning attack.
My still fundamental question be like original ML algorithms, how many companies are creating in ML? Like creating second, three layers.
Okay.
We just have part became creating something on top of OpenAI, right?
So even that is a separate attacks because like what essentially happens is because even if you're building on you're building a secondary layer, right? But if you are able to trace the input answer and what is the kind of output that is there, you can attempt a black box attack. And those black box attacks have a very high accuracy rate.
उनका डेटा तो निकल सकता है तभी भी डेटा
On top of another model, you're adding an additional layer there, right? You're not exactly copying it, you're adding an additional layer. That layer is susceptible to attacks. And while training ML models, people do not have security in mind.
Thank you.
Vehicle.
Let me just make sure that just check it.
Should we start? So, good afternoon, everyone. Today we are here to present our product, which is an augmented reality-based application that will certainly change the way you think about constructing your home and interior designing. So, a home is not just a physical structure for us. It gives us a sense of belonging, security, and comfort. And building the home of your own dream is often considered as the greatest accomplishment in one's life in India. So let's visualize your dream home with our application. So our application provides an ingenious solution to the problem faced by users when they go on to purchase some product. The customer the customer starts imagining that how a certain product is going to look in their personal space. But now, no more imagination, no more uncertainty, and no more confusion. With our application, you don't need to picture up in your mind that how a particular couch is going to look in your living room or which tile color will suit your walls. With our application, you can actually exactly see how each item is going to look in your living space, making sure that you don't go for any wrong purchase. So, as the mentors, like I guess, so you only mentioned in the meetings happened earlier that it's not about the product, but it's about the journey. So, keeping that in mind, we have made an incremental product. So, initially we started up with developing our app, which was used for tiles visualization. Then we moved on to furniture, and now our application can actually give you an entire small room tour. So, our application is divided into three modules: tiles, furniture, and home visualization, and I'll be giving you a brief overview of each of this module. So starting up with our first module, that is tiles visualization. So as you can see in this particular video that as the user moves, our application is able to scan the floor and it is adjusting the tiles accordingly. So basically, for example, if the user moves down, the tiles will also get zoomed in. So our app will make sure that you get the view of these tiles from each and every angle. So this is our first module. Moving on to our second module, it is furniture visualization. So using this particular module, you can actually visualize how these furnitures are going to look in your living space. For example, these tables and chair, how they are going to look. So what problem customers face is, if for example you go to a showroom and you like some furniture, say dining hall, and you brought that dining hall to your home, but when you brought it, you found that it is not fitting up. Like you are not able to move freely. So our app will make sure that whatever purchase you are doing, that particular furniture will actually fit your room. And with the help of visualization, you can also see that at which part of your room that product will look good. And our app will also make sure that it will also ensure that the product fits. Also specifying the market capital. So the furniture industry is worth 165,000 crore, which is a huge number. And now moving on to our saucy secret, our third and final module, which is home visualization. So I'll explain what it is. For example, let's say that this is the empty plot on which you want to make your dream home. So our app will make you roam around your dream home even before a single brick is laid. So yes, you heard it right. You will be able to visualize your entire home even before it is built. So what is the first step you take when you decide to construct some home? You basically go to an architect, and the architect will explain you that here you will have 10 cross 10 room, here will be the windows, here will be the door. But since you are not an architect, you won't understand what he's saying. But with the help of our app, you can actually visualize the entire magnificent imagination, designing and planning of your architect, and you will make sure that your dream home actually looks like your dream home. So this market capital for the real estate industry is worth 53,700 crores. That is $6.5 billion. Again, a very huge number. Talking about the technical details of our app basically revolves around triangulation and rendering. So basically our application will utilize feature point detection and on the surface to perform triangulation and determine the plane on which to render an object. Once the object has been successfully rendered, the application will adjust object's orientation based on the user's movement. Also specifying our business model. So we thought of keeping our business model to a B2B service because we think that our potential customers are the architects and the construction companies. So concluding my presentation, so our vision is to revolutionize the home design industry with a cutting edge AR app that will change the way the people think about building their home. So before I conclude, so we are basically like selling experience, and our app revolves around visualization. So I request the judge to just have one short home tour with our app. My presentation is over, and I want to utilize the rest of my time with that visualization. Thank you. I'm open for Q&A.
That's fine. I got it. Sorry. No, that's okay. I have one final question. Is that have you talked to these architects to figure out what is
It is very costly for the consumer. So the relative like for this they all
it's actually one time. You don't create but at the
again you are creating certain amount of time, money, so that will do all the rendering process. There's nothing more that is the main thing.
I would just like to add to this. So we consulted architects. So they said the main problem is once you create a client will ask, okay, just change my couch to Windows 9, or like just change the texture of it. So this basic like creating complete new video. This will cost like complete new whatever setup. In our app, as you see, we have the tiles texture selection. You can implement that in the movie. And other things like we have some future plans about it. We consulted architect. So they said that this can be placing with some few additions. Like if we can select a couch and move it, that we are planning to do. Then it will be placing for architect. It's no cost. It's very no. Like you have to just load it.
With the help of our app, the architects can play with different layouts, color, and texture. So which they can't do with creating a video, because in that they don't have this,
And clients do complain about like you are making these changes and why you are charging us so much. But they do not understand the cost behind the video.
Yeah, exactly.
But in our app, there is no cost of such moving video. Only one server uploading cost will be required. After that, you can do whatever you want.
So IIT you can upload different modules, so consumer can try which will the best fit. Like you can choose like from the various layouts. So consumer can experience without like
Also like
Yeah, so there would be no conflict between the consumer and the architect.
what you want to heard of this, they will say how this is, but after the product is completed, we can understand what yeah. That is the thing.
why does it architect? Why not the interior designer?
Okay, like we are getting in India, what like there are architects who build homes, even civil engineers. It's not like everybody goes to an architect to design it. Few civil engineers.
There's also a company that does this, and how would we recall the name? The software-based company.
See, I analyzed the market, and there are few companies who provide the solution for furniture to visualize the furniture, but there is no company which provides solution for visualizing the entire. We are providing it. There are like IKEA games, house it.
It's in Bombay.
Wayfair.
So I think that might be dealing just with the furniture, not the entire
Most of the
home.
companies, whatever are there, they are mostly IS based there because IS some particular sensor in LiDAR house. But ours is like cross platform and it uses like providing entire home visual. It's not limited to only furniture or tiles. Like an entire home.
And I just like to build over the items.
No, but the consumers will be utilizing. They might be having Android. Everybody is not using. Major market is Android based in India.
Yeah, I'm saying if you buy a phone, you might as well use it. But then
No, our thinking was like if our architect is 500 kilometers away from us.
no, I mean, by whatever I mean, cross-platform is not the same.
And the second point is, I guess, like in the market there is no application which is able to visualize your entire home before actually using it. Yeah, there might be some company which is doing for furniture, tiles, etc., but not the entire. That's what we can visualize how your home is going to look like from front and like from outside and from inside. That's what. Thank you.
The screen is like the screen. We have shared a link. Share the screen.
Yeah, like the whole live stream on so you want to yes. So the audio on this so yes. So like Guys, let us know when we should start.
Yeah, you can do this.
Meet Aditya Ramesh, undergrad at NYU. He got an opportunity to work with the Professor Yanni Kun, and then his life changed. Professor Yanni Kun is widely regarded as the father of deep learning, and he referred Aditya to OpenAI, and he went on to intern there. But wait a second, why are we talking about Aditya in the first place? Well, he wanted to pursue PhD after his graduation, but he decided to stay at OpenAI full time and created DALI, one of the world's most advanced generative AI models. But not every student gets that opportunity. Students at even top universities don't get that kind of models. To further validate this, we talked to 80 researchers and we sort of got a common problem that 90% UGs feel that they need to keep track of their research and 85% PGs felt the need to showcase their work basically, which led to our hypothesis of UG work not being deemed cutting edge, lack of visibility of published work, and research community being a gated community. But the problem that resonated the most with us was publish or perish. Well, basically, research community has always had the problem with the long race. As you can see, 10% of institutions require 70% of all funding. This leads to a vicious cycle in which those at the bottom have fewer citations, lesser visibility, and thus minimal opportunities. Now, two significant questions stood before us. One, how can we help these researchers increase their citations and in turn their H index, or can we develop a new, altogether better method to facilitate research for all?
So currently, H-index is the status quo method. But our solution plans not to replace H-index but augments it using increased visibility, network, and collaboration. We are on a mission to democratize research. We want to facilitate research and accelerate scientific breakthroughs by providing a singular profile that is the only web presence a researcher needs. Cited will create a singular proof of work for any researcher at any stage of his research. It will also, our advanced data layer will automate this process so that the user don't have to create his portfolio manually.
We have a product demo with us and we want to present it to you.
Coming to our market size, so we want to start by focusing most on the PGs and PhDs. Anybody, let's say, who has a doctorate or a postgraduate degree. We have done this calculation by first taking the total eligible users, multiplying them by the penetration and the average revenue per user which we'll be able to generate post this, which will be done on, let's say, on a per annum basis. With this, our total addressable market comes out to be $7.2 billion, while our serviceable obtainable market is $650 million, which is the Indian market. Further, we want to expand in the Indian market because it holds a huge potential of close to 900 million with our phase 1 and phase 2 of onboarding professors and other corporate researchers coming in. Now let's talk about our modes. We have three critical modes. The first is our contextual Q&A bot. The second is the network which we are building, and the third is the cited impact outcome. Our contextual Q&A bot has a huge access to multiple data sources which helps us get access to a lot of papers and verifications. Our users basically come on our Q&A bot and ask follow-up questions and queries, and we have robust content aggregated data there, which is discussions being done on different kind of papers. Through all of this, our Q&A bot basically becomes more smart with time, and it is the only contextual Q&A bot for research papers. The second is the network. We have built a social layer on top of the Q&A bot experience. Active users generate more data, enhancing user profiles, improving their visibility, basically having a flywheel effect. The third is our cited impact outcome, which basically helps a researcher track the different kind of metrics which are online web presence of any kind of paper which is beyond citations. So this can be anything from like a Twitter mention to any mention on any kind of research blog and how many people are discussing it. Our go-to-market strategy starts with us trying to introduce this product in offline events through student researchers like research conferences or student ambassador programs. With this, we want to drive adoption and finally want to start our monetization there and then finally start the expansion phase of a product. I've talked a lot about the network. Let's quickly simulate how the network effects would actually start kicking in. First, we start with student researchers who would go on using the note-taking layer and research papers to build these kind of capabilities. With this, they will be able to eventually use these tools and they will go back to their labs and different kind of researchers who are out there and onboard them. Finally, once we have hit a critical mass, we will be able to convince universities to sort of license our product. Finally, with all of this, the network effects would start kicking in. Our product roadmap currently is the note-taking and networking capabilities, which is currently live right now. In the next 6 months, we want to build communities and finally have the monetization phase kick in. Our pricing currently starts with the freemium when networking and reading are free, and we plan to charge in future. We have actually gone out and tested this through more than 250 plus teams who have resonated with our problem statement. Coming to our core team as well, so we have a diverse experience across different teams building collaboration tools and research. Finally, I think I would like to thank you for using the product.
And this is a QR code. You can scan this and have it.
Such papers aren't still free.
Yeah.
So I will like case
So I think there are different kind of research.
there are research papers which are available in open repositories. Then there are certain kind of research papers which are linked to journals, and these journals have paywalled these papers, so nobody has access to these kind of papers. But what we have seen through data as well is, I think,
is that the number of public papers is large. So on our side there are 2 million, and on open review there are 1 million papers. So just by training our model on this, we were able to get enough data to get things going.
And with this, users can also come in and upload any kind of PDF. See, even the prototype which is live right now, you can check, you can go in and upload any kind of PDF. You can start doing the contextual Q&A on those papers itself. So that basically sort of starts kicking in. But with the entire consortium of papers available, we have a good amount of data pool to initially start and sort of build our models and help people create their profiles and get started. Even if you will see the profile, we have sort of simulated one of the profiles of an actual existing researcher whose name is John Hughes. So we have sort of actually calculated what are the different kind of dimensions which exist out there for him, how many people are talking about his product, what are the different kind of analytics there, how would the stats there look like.
Shruti, WhatsApp करा दे.
Team 61 is not present here.
will start. Okay. So good morning everyone. Today I will be presenting to you Medicine, a tech-based startup that has been developed as part of PS4 by 2019 of Center IT Tech. So, before moving on to the problem statement, I would like to narrate you a recent incident about my life. So recently I switched cities and moved to a new city. So after having my lunch and felt a bit nauseous, so I went to the doctor, and after examining me, he suggested me some blood reports to get tested. So that included a blood group test as well. Now the thing is, like the previous week only I had gotten my blood group tested. So I thought to use that document only. But the thing is, that document was lost during the transit from one city to another. So now coming over to the problem statement, this is not a problem faced by me alone, but a common problem faced by millions of people all over India as well as the world. So coming over to the solution Medicine, this is basically a high performance blockchain that is specifically designed for the exchange of health data between patients and doctors. So we basically use patient. This is basically a patient-centered health data ecosystem that we use to share data between patients and doctors using blockchain technology. So moving over to the key issues that prove that there exists a need of medicine in the modern world, we have the following points. So the first point is that in 2022 we had around 5,000 registered cases for medical negligence, and only 15% of them could be proved, and rest of them could not be proved due to the lack of documentation proof which our blockchain provides. And next point is there is reduced quality of decisions due to insufficient data, and also as I mentioned duplicate tests and procedures. And last point is inefficient and delayed diagnostics due to lack of data, which is stored in our blockchain technology if we use our app. So now I would like to invite my teammate for the working solution of our app.
So what we are planning to have an app in which we will be having two workflows, one for patient side and one for doctor side. Patient can log in using their patient ID using the normal procedure, where patient will get the health points based on their previous reports they have provided, data analytics, and patient can view their previous reports, and patient can upload their new reports. Okay, so what will be the benefits of uploading the report is that like patient will have all the reports at one particular place and can see its health points based on like that will be MI model which we will be having. Okay, and after that doctor side, doctor can use their doctor ID for login, and doctor can view the patients all the reports using patient ID, or you can scan the QR code of the patient, in which like you will get all the reports of the patient, which will benefit in the early medications, and which will reduce the cost of duplicate tests. Like if you have done the reports earlier, so you don't need to have it. And like in this, we will be having like if you have all the reports with in your app, you don't need to have the documents document file. Like all of us, many of our regulars have complete document file with them. Like these are the medical histories and all this. So all these things can be in the one app. Okay. And moving forward, whatever other plans are, we will be providing data analytics of the medical. Like these age group have these type of problem. Based on our all data, we will be like accessing all the data of the patient, and we will be using these data to like sending them to medical institutes, research institute, for the medical research purposes. Okay, so that they can improve like research and give better results. So we will be charging some like hospitals do that. Hospitals send data to the medical institute. So what we will be having, like we will be selling this data, and we will also showing this data to the patients. Like patients can have all their reports with them, and this like these previous doctor reports and all this things patients can have. Now I would like to invite my teammate for presenting current implementations of our product.
So my team has told you about what we plan to have. For now, we have developed the basic prototype. For the core prototype of sharing the data between patient and the doctor. So we have used React for the front end. It has access to a smart contract. So if you want to change anything in blockchain, you have to use smart contract first, which is sort of set of rules, a contract between the user and the blockchain network, so that the data is changed in an informed way. So anything you change on the blockchain, first it has to go through a transaction process. That transaction will be approved by our wallet, which is MetaMask, and then finally the data will be stored in an encrypted manner on our Ethereum blockchain. Now I will show you the screenshots of the application which we have developed.
So right now, as you can see, there's the name of a startup which is Medichain. There's a patient ID which can be used to identify the uniqueness of a particular patient. Then you can upload the data. You can upload the data. You can upload the data. After that, you have to go through a transaction process. Once you confirm the transaction process, the data will be uploaded. Now, once the data will be uploaded, the question is how will we share the data? So there's a share option over here. So you can type the address of the particular individual whom you want to share the data with. Once you click the share button, the data will be shared with that particular individual, and you can revoke that access also. There are two problems that we have to address over here. First thing, we are showing this as in front end, the MetaMask application. Actually, we plan to have this in our backend. We will pay this nominal fee that will not be visible on the user screen. Now I would like to call my teammate to tell you more.
So basically, as my teammates explained, this idea is a revolutionary idea. We at Medicine believe going to hospitals are an expensive affair for a general person in India. So we want to revolutionize it, and we want to cut the cost associated with the medical industry. Now our future plan also includes linking the UIDI, which is the Aadhaar card number with the patient data history, so that like all the malpractices in the medical industry, like we will be able to remove all the malpractices in the medical industry. Now, as my teammates explained, the major purpose behind this idea is the inefficient and delayed diagnosis. Now, what do we mean by inefficient? The thing is, we are the doctor, when they see the user history of a patient, then like if another doctor see it, they are not able to recognize what exactly the patient problem is. But now, since they will be stored on the blockchain platform, they will be able to analyze it more better. So thank you. We are open to any questions.
These are enough examples we have.
We have tried it for processing, not the not here.
Okay, and what have you noticed?
Actually, they were very happy to use this because they were facing many problems with the current implementation which they are having. It was centralized and data can be tampered. And this is our decentralized network which data cannot be tampered. So they were very happy to use it.
And also, sir, like every institution, every hospital has this sort of facility, but they are internal and they are very limited in things. So every hospital faces this problem, and we have seen the data on the internet, and we have also contacted the doctors in the institute, and they said, yeah, this is the field is helpful.
And moreover, we may tie with the government if it's possible, so that with the unique ID or Aadhaar card, we may trace the all medical records of each and every individual, and there will be no mismatched name or something. We can tie with the government with a key.
What's the tech challenge?
Tech challenge was just based on blockchain. Implementation was a bit difficult. Actually, while building the smart contract, we were facing many issues and deploying it.
Actually, this big data because we need to correct analytics for the patient or medical researchers.
So the thing is, this is implemented internally in a lot of hospitals, but on a global level, like the pharma companies do not have a proper statistics to take appropriate decisions, and this thing is not normalized. Even in my family, if someone has some serious problem, then they do not have the documents which are necessary. Also, out of these documents, we can have a lot of important data which can be extracted by help of ML models, which will be very helpful for the pharma company.
Thank you.
Team 61.
Can you give a 1 Can you give 1 to 3 and 5? 1 to 2 and 3.
You can start.
A very good afternoon to the jury members and the audience. I'm Devin with Navya and Dakshi presenting EcoSoul with the tagline Reclaim the Change. Do you know how many pairs of shoes go to landfill each year? The number is very high, that is 22 billion. Let me help you visualize it. If you place them all in a line, it can grab the circumference of Earth nearly 65 times. That is very huge, a pile as large as the Himalayan ranges. So we come up with EcoSoul to bring up circularity and sustainability in the shoe waste industry.
So our idea is based on the fact that India is the second largest global producer of footwear after China, accounting for 13% of total footwear production. Among multiple challenges, the major challenges is to prevent footwear waste from going into landfills. Our value proposition is simple. We aim to propose a smart segregation and collection system and help the manufacturing processes to be more sustainable and profitable. There are multiple end-of-life scenarios summarized in this picture. So what makes us different from already existing shoe recycling companies like Nike Grind or initiatives like Swachh Kadam or Teva Forever? We offer circularity. Then we are handling multiple categories of footwear. Also we are launching consumer awareness programs and then introducing smart bin collection methods. So let us talk about the market assessment. The current market trends show that big shoe manufacturers like Nike, Reebok, and Adidas have adopted sustainable marketing strategies. A study shows that there have been exponential growth in the sustainable footwear share over the last decade. So our product chain consists of 5 major stages. Stage 1, collection. Stage 2, smart sorting or segregation. Stage 3, recycling. And stage 4 is revaluing and repurposing the collected materials. And stage 5, consulting. So our target audience consists of footwear companies, consumers, waste management companies, and the manufacturers that use recycled products. So let us talk about the go-to-market strategy. We will start with 5 major cities that will provide us with a feasible market. Then we'll create awareness, and then we'll operate through the rag pickers or scrap collectors, and then we'll collaborate with recycling units or government NGOs. So the business model. Our business model is a B2B2C model, and will operate between the discarded shoes and the recyclers. We conducted a SWOT analysis and a business and a business analysis and concluded with the fact that all the 5 stages of our startup fit in the accurate region of impact feasibility curve as shown in this figure. Now passing on to Navya. So basically, the factory layout comprises of 5,200 square feet of area on each of the floors, which has the storage units, the offices, the processing units, and all such areas. Going on to a machine-by-machine analysis of our factory. First comes the CNN-based scanner separation unit, which categorizes the footwear into 5 major categories, that is boots, slippers, sport shoes, leather shoes, and sneakers. Then the slicer separates the upper part of the shoes from the soles, and the upper parts goes to the respective temporary storages. Next to the shredder, where they're chopped into smaller pieces. Then next is the metal removal unit, where the metal is removed. Grinder comes next, where the shredded particles are reduced into even finer particles, which makes it easier to purify and repurpose them. And finally, the air cascading unit, which increases the purity of the segregated metal. All these different categories of materials are repurposed and packaged in the following ways. Like leather, for example, can be converted into bonded leather, re-tanned leather. It can be mixed with other materials and such. In the similar ways, textile, plastic, rubber, and foam all have their different ways of repurposing. Moving on, these are the factory statistics, which are basically all the data and the calculations that we've incorporated to calculate the factory area, the machine cost, the labor cost, wages, and all. Moving on, we have the assembly line flow of our company, the factory basically. And next we have the technological aspect of our idea. So basically our technical timeline comprises of 4 major steps. Application of ML, installation of QR codes, which helps us with the segregation process, the introduction of smart bins, which helps us with the collection process, and finally the introduction of blockchain, which helps us to incorporate transparency in our repurposing process. Next, the ML model that we have comprises of a camera, which takes the images of the footwear in different orientations and then categorizes the footwear in the different categories that we'll be providing it. Moving on, we have the accuracy and loss curves of our ML model, and finally we have a quick video of the working of the ML model. We'll probably skip it for now because of the shortage of time. Passing on to Devin.
So here is our minimum viable product with the tagline reclaim the chain, we spread awareness for shoe sustainability, and then we'll also tell you each of the materials this shoe is composed of and how it can be used further. Here are the products that EcoSoul produces and the different use cases of it. And here is a small video which shows the working of this MPP. I think we can move forward. So now come the part of collecting raw material for our factory.
So we'll establish 5-6 zones in the city and then connect it as a campaign. As we have a Swachhta Law campaign, it's a sustainability law campaign. You come up with your shoe base and we'll give you loyalty points in exchange. We'll also introduce in the phase 2, we'll also introduce QR codes by collaborating with various brands to ensure a complete circularity by posting the data on a blockchain network, by ensuring from where the shoe started and where it ended and from where it went back to the economy, ensuring that none of the shoes go to landfill. And then we'll also introduce a smart bin method by which we automatically segregate the various kinds of shoes smartly with the help of ML model, and we'll also run the blockchain model through the QR codes and by which we ensure complete circularity and sustainability in our system. So coming on to the financial parts, we'll have a major capital expenditures in the factory overheads and the machinery. Then we'll also spend in on gathering the raw material and the software development. After then, we have an expenditure in the marketing and other factory overheads. The major revenue that we'll earn is from 5 different industries, that is leather, foam, rubber, plastic, and textile. The first year profit that we'll earn is around 1.8 CR, and the ad after first year will pad with a loss of 28 lakhs, but will turn profitable later on. Coming to the important part, we have a payback period of 4 years. At the end of 4 years, we'll recover all of our losses and will turn profitable. Now coming to the marketing strategy, we'll have in the marketing strategy, we'll follow holistic approach to reach a wider audience, and we'll follow both the traditional and the non-traditional method, and we'll also follow Maslow hierarchy of need to reach a wider audience. And next comes our customer validation, which we conducted through a small survey in an institute, which inferred, according to the MOM test, that the cumulative sum of shoe base generated is high enough to create a pile in the landfills. Now at EcoSoul, we don't believe to gain first-time customer, but a customer for the future and sustainability. So this is the retention strategy we follow, and with this we end. Thank you.
Can you go back 2 slides? लोगों से बात सर्वे
Sir, मतलब अपने individual level पे how many people we could talk to, otherwise for a mass media we can have this out.
कितना पैसा इसको एक्चुअली 6 करना our GradCapital is debt to investors is 6 times.
I think some material was large enough to
that accommodate everything. So
every effort seemed maybe made in every direction. So I don't.
कितना कुछ कर चुके हो
we've done all of this.
All of this completely जो नहीं कितना कुछ कर चुके हैं.
So basically, as explained, हमारे दो stages है. Stage 1 is the collection and then segregation using ML model, and then we also created a website portal. And in the website portal, the consumers can they have the option to sell in the shoes or discarded shoes, or will buy them from them. And another option they will have is that the manufacturers can buy the raw materials. And as seen in the website, there were multiple end cases.
So in particular, हम जो have देखते हैं दो target achieve कर चुके हैं. We have created a level model. The loss curves and everything is visible. उसकी वीडियो भी है हमारे पास. And second thing is जो website है वो create कर चुके हैं. The first model.
And it gives the course all the factory details
and factory layout और उसका complete plan laid out.
Based on our needs.
Thanks a lot. Next time तो pitch करो 6 slide. या फिर 1 slide.
Now we're open to questions.
That's it. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
एक बार आगे ठीक है The timing team, I'll give a countdown by 3 to 1. Yeah, so I'll start in 3, 2, 1, go. The world created 2.5 quintillion bytes of data in 2021. The order is of 9 to 10 to the power 18. The moment I say this, a researcher in India is computing trillions and billions of data on his computer. At the same moment, thousands and hundreds of students in this college are computing their algorithms and codes. And therefore, we at HiveDot are unleashing the power of collaborative computing for a better tomorrow. The problem that we are dealing is insufficiency of affordable and efficient computing, which is to say that various researchers, startups, students, everyone is facing the problem that computing solutions are costly. We at HiveDot aim to solve this problem by providing them computing solutions at affordable cost. Next. But before getting into the problem, let's see where the future is heading to. I guarantee you the fact that the future is all about computation. Don't trust me, trust the numbers. It is said that in 2020, the demand for computational power is increasing by 2 months, doubling by 2 months every month, every year, right? When a company like Intel says this, that the world needs 1,000 times the data and computation as of present, I think the problem is very big and very impactful. Next. Then we started with legitimizing the problem. We talked to around 30 professors and we got to know that 70% of them want the need for cheap computational power in their research. Not only this, the problem also extends to deep tech startups and other corporates. NeuroGarage, which is one of the startups in deep tech and AI, said that their financial burden of processing vast amounts of data is having a detrimental impact on their finances. As a startup, you need to justify your margin. And if a company is taking a large amount of cost in computing solutions, I think the problem is impactful. Next.
Not only this, we talked to around 100 students and freelancers, and 60% of them said that they do not have money for affording the cost of computing solutions present in the society. The existing solutions are not sufficient. Why? Cloud computing like AWS, Google Cloud, Azure are expensive. Volunteer computing. Volunteer computing basically means people come and volunteer to give their idle resources so that a project can be computed. But what are the problems? Problems is A, it is very inefficient because there is no incentivization for a volunteer. We are living in an age of 2023. People do not come and volunteer. Everyone wants their own profit. Next, so cloud computing is not affordable and volunteer computing is not efficient and accessible. We at HypeDot aim to tick all those three boxes. Then we talked to users about existing solutions and we got to know that Professor Sunendu Biswas, computer science professor, he said that if he had to do his research for 1 month, AWS would have cost him $5,000 a month. That is unreasonable for his grant. Next. Then we talked to a Buoyancy user. So Buoyancy is the most famous volunteer computing platform in which people volunteer their resources. The person said that I gave my computer for 7 years and then I felt I was not getting anything. There was no profit for me at all. Why would I give my computer electricity to Buoyancy? And here we come, HypeDot, to revolutionize the computing solution of the world. What we are making? Our solution is basically we are creating a middleware that connects two stakeholders, a provider and nodes. Provider is a person who wants to compute his task. Provider can be a startup, can be a researcher. Let's say I want to do my coding and compute something. Then the provider just has to submit their task on our platform, on our software, and we take care of next. But what do we do at the back end? We divide the task into various nodes. A node is basically any person who has idle computer or resources. Let us say I do not use my computer in night, right? And there are many idle workstations present in the world. Then we compute the task on the nodes and then we send back the response to our server and then we give the final results to a provider. So for a provider, we are giving cost efficient and time efficient solution. His computing needs are satisfied. Next. The current use cases we identified are scientific simulations, climate data modeling, and video rendering. The best part of the use cases is that all of these three, the task can be distributed into multiple nodes and then computed and then aggregated. The best thing is the total market size in only India is $500 million. That's big number. But before finalizing a solution hypothesis, we thought let's go and ask people. So provider perspective we took and we got to know that a provider will give us money, but he just wants security and privacy. Next. A node said that he would be willing to give his idle resources. He just wants to be secure that a malicious virus won't come into his system. Next. So we incorporated all these concerns into a solution by taking cryptography and security in mind and building a time efficient and cost efficient solution. But before going into tech aspect, we should now consider that why distributed computing is the future. Why this idea is the idea of decade. Two reasons: data trend and example trend. Data tells us that internet speed has increased exponentially in the past 30 years, which means that latency can be reduced. Next is number of personal devices. When Buoyancy was launched, was 500 million, and it is now 9.2 billion. The number of personal devices has increased. Nodes are not a bottleneck now. Next, processing speed of a personal device has become 10 times that of one device in 2000. Not only this, now we have distributed algorithms and paradigms available. We just need to incorporate it to industry. Next. But why would a provider stay with us? The best thing is we are providing 19% cheaper solution to a provider. Imagine a startup, if you give them 19% cheaper solution, that would reduce their cost by 60%. Let's take a moment to absorb this. For a node, we are providing 200% betterment for existing solutions like mining. Next. But what do we earn? We make an astonishing profit of 53.2% per instance of computation. The market is very huge. If I only talk about India, the market corresponds to 1.2 crore number of devices on the node side, and on the provider side, it's 11 lakh for video renders only. Next. We are not only adaptable to existing solutions, but also to future use cases if there. The dynamic timeline tells us that this idea is the idea of future because quantum computing and metaverse both can be incorporated into an idea because quantum computing is based on the logic of distribution and similar metaverse. And therefore, we empower quantum computing and metaverse both at the same time, and therefore we build the idea of future. Next. We also have built a functioning prototype for the same, and we will be willing to show it. This is the end of the presentation.
How is it from volunteer?
Yeah. So the volunteer thing is like firstly on a business aspect, then on a tech aspect. On a business aspect, there is no incentivization for a volunteer as the name is. On the tech aspect, we have tried to incorporate machine learning solutions as in, so when a volunteer computing basically divides the task into various modes, right? So you need to schedule the task, and therefore we are creating a network of provider and nodes, right? So this is a deep network, and therefore which leads to a large amount of data available for a provider as well as for a node. Now, using machine learning algorithms, we can predict the availability of a node, and therefore, in the present, volunteer computing has only nodes, right? We have tried to incorporate it into a deep network. Also, there is one more thing that as a provider, when you give a project and you do some competition, right? After 1 month, you feel like, okay, now my research is done, now my thesis is done. We have given on our platform the option for a provider to become a node. So there is this market advantage to us.
I'm not really talking about that. Okay, so the current research in terms of sort of increasing higher competition power is direction consumption. Like the current research, what are people trying to achieve for higher competition? What's the next step?
Okay, so the current research is edge computing. Yeah. So there are three. Let's divide it into three things. Cloud computing came a few years back now, but the cloud computing cost is very high. So people are trying to go to edge computing, but we are trying to bring a solution that is even better than edge computing. And how we are doing it? So edge computing also you have to set up servers that are near the devices, right? That have it's a mixture of cloud computing and the normal computation. We are trying to make a network in which idle resources can be used. The basic functionality we are using is now we don't have to set up servers.
Why is cloud computing expensive?
Cloud computing.
So this particular use case that we're targeting is professors and researchers, freelancers, and students that work with codes that are distributable. Cloud computing is pretty expensive, but for codes that are linearized.
Yeah. So the reason it's expensive is because you are providing cloud computing at AWS and like big companies, right? And then first of all they want to make profit. Secondly, they give reliability. They give reliability and security at a bigger level. And thirdly, server, it's a centralized system, right? So let's say if I want to compute here, it will go to a server that is at a far location. So the latency, you have to set up big servers, right? And then since it's a centralized system, you have to take care of if any fault comes into one server, the entire system will go down. So they have to create multiple copies for it. Right?
At scale, that will still be more efficient than using it.
So for linearized code which cannot be distributed, that is the case. But for codes that are distributable, our solution is in the future far more efficient and far more cost efficient as well. And what we are seeing is that distributed computing is going to grow. So codes are going to be made distributably in the future.
So we did this on our platform. If you say we have opened the terminal, we made the problem that we dealt is, so you are given an array of 32 strings, okay, and we wanted to get all the permutations of every string. So 32 string and permutations of every string. Now this we did on one laptop. Okay, it took time. No distributed computing, just a compiler. It took time around 20 seconds. Next we on our the prototype that we made, we divided this task into 3 nodes at the same time. And how did we do? So we divided the array into 32 by 3, that is 10, 10 and 12. Right? And now, then we calculated the time by running this parallelly. It was 7 seconds. Considering latency into consideration.
Like show it after.
Sure.
Yeah,
it will take very long.
So that's okay. I
Okay.
want to check it out. I have a couple of more questions. I'll probably but for now, it's fine. Thank you.
Team 51. Team 51. Service. Team 59. You can begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are team ID number 59 and our problem solution for GradCapital is e-Netra. The main aim of this is to bring quality vision care to every user.
So the basic problem lies in the expensive slit lamp and the fundus imaging setups. So these cost around 20 to 15 lakhs, and if you import them, they cost around 30 lakhs. So it is not practically possible to install this in every PLCs where diseases like cataract, diabetic retinopathy, AMD, glaucoma are prevalent, and there is a lack of quality high healthcare solutions in rural areas. So let's say if government gets an infinite amount of funds and they are able to set up this expensive slit lamp setups in every PHC, but they will not have enough ophthalmologists for these health centers. So a study suggests that there is only one ophthalmologist for 1 lakh eye patients, and we need a real-time eye diagnosis for swift surgery decisions.
So the solution to all the above-mentioned problems is an efficient, affordable, as well as accurate screening device, which can be handled by any person, be it any nurse or doctor itself, and that gives the solution instantly.
So talking about the product, we have a small video to showcase you our prototype. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, okay. You can see. So basically, we have developed an app for diabetic retinopathy detection. We have collected real-time patients' data of approximately 400 eye patients, and these were labeled by two ophthalmologists blindly. So we have also developed a data automation or pipeline for capturing the images, and we can get them easily. And then we have trained an ML model. So talking about the results, we were able to test this in 10 devices, 10 eye patients, and we were able to get 70% accuracy. Now the planning is to also develop cataract diseases and AR/VR solutions so that we can sell a combo of these.
So before moving on to this solution, we did a market validation of our own, and after talking to various doctors, PHCs, and in various government hospitals, such as CMs and government hospitals in India, we found out that there are various solutions made for these eye diseases, but the most prevalent one is diabetic retinopathy, for which doctors are also not equipped because of the lack of fundus camera and lack of their screening devices. So what we found out that in India itself there are 77 million diabetic patients, and out of it most of them are prevalent to this diabetic retinopathy, and they need to go to clinic for every 3 or 4 months for their rigorous testing. And there are 6.5 million services for categories happen every year in India, out of which most of them are from elderly people and most of them are the results of diabetic. So we calculated a TAM and SAM, total addressable market and serviceable addressable market, containing all these figures, and we found out that our TAM would be 100 million users and SAM would be 5 million users till 2020. So moving on to our business model, in order to cater to the needs of each and every target market which is associated to our government sector, we designed it in such a way that it can basically help both the private sector and the government sector. So we have two business models. One is royalty based, which is 10 rupees per getting or per enter, which has a cost associated with it, that is security cost, and 2.5 lakh rupees for combination, which is for NGOs and government. This combination consists of basically state lamps and fundus camera, which we use for testing and creating our eye diseases, and as well as the AI screening device for cataract, AI screening device for diabetic retinopathy, and IR based fundus camera. So moving on to our market option, basically all the devices and features which we discussed right now can be used in various hospitals by various NGOs. Kanduki is one of the most brilliant NGOs running in various parts of the world. There are more than 50,000 centers all around the India, and they are using various devices which are mostly costly. They cost around 15 lakh to 20 lakh rupees, but we can provide them much cheaper solution by market by business validation. We can also have collaborations with government of India and with various state governments. In the government itself, there is approximately 3,500 primary healthcare centers, and each primary healthcare center is can be equipped with at least one such device to cater the needs of their rural area. So this was all by, and we are open to questions.
Why is it device?
Actually, the problem lies in the imaging model. So there is a company called Remedy that offers this diabetic retinopathy solution. But the main problem is that it works only on iPhones.
So there is a technology called basically domain adaptation, in which if you click a photo with any cheaper phone, you can basically adapt it for the iPhone technology as well. So one of our friends is working on that, and he has achieved a great result and published a few papers as well. So basically we are bridging that gap of the expenses thing. There are various size and quality. So they basically hire and camera modules which are good for taking quality pictures and all. But since our AI is to work in less pixelated image, so that's why our devices are cheaper.
So does it optimize on this?
No, actually. So with 400 patients, we were able to achieve 70% accuracy. And uh, no, actually no. But due to the time constraint,
Sure. I mean,
yeah.
there is no accuracy because of the source that.
The thing is, that to implement itself there are 4 ways. So all those 400 patients that have beyond grade, so we are grading them as well. We are not just checking them the patient that have on the basis of normal severity. The app itself shows the severity whether the patient, if it is the patient is the so whether the patient needs to go to the hospital or to get their attention rather than the so that's we can do that. All right. Thank you so much.
Team 13.
Yeah, time.
Yeah, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Team 47, and we're here to present EcoTax. We all see solutions for tackling problems like waste segregation, management, and other processing techniques. But the one giant that remains untouched and neglected is the actual problem of collection of the waste that is being accumulated in the Indian streets, even in the metropolitan cities. Also, the use of eco-friendly and sustainable products and participating in health-friendly initiatives is one problem that is for middle-class people. It is barely affordable and accessible. The statistics show that only 70% of the total waste that is being generated is actually being collected for further processing.
Also, the sustainability products and health-friendly initiatives are barely affordable for a very few for a very few chunk of the population. This graph shows that with increasing population and land requirement, we see that there will be a gradual increase in the generated waste in million tons per day. This amount of waste gets accumulated in million tons all around the cities, even in the huge cities that we see, even in Kanpur, if you can go and see large piles of garbage lying around. Another graph shows that the waste collection efficiency lies only around 80% in most of the states, while this mark lies below 50% in a few of the states, which highlights the severity of our problem. Moving on to the existing solutions which were inculcated before, two of those apps are Swachh Delhi and I Clean India, where the corporation itself handled the unattended waste after the complaint was issued. Another such app is Encatia, where they tied up with vendors who buy scrap, and along with that, they provided doorstep services for collection of garbage. And the backdrop for these apps was that they lacked engagement with the users, and also the ability to inspire the population to buy user-friendly, eco-friendly products and social enterprise. This brings us to our solution.
Now talking about our core solution and strategy. We stand out from all these apps through our USP, which is incentivization of users, instilling motivation in them to do such tasks. We ensure this through crowdsourcing and EcoMap, where a user at ground level puts up an image, submits it for verification and receives points in both the processes. These points are core currency eco tags can later be redeemed at various eco-friendly tasks, such as purchasing products from sustainable stores, second of all, availing them in NGOs initiatives, and thirdly, using them to buy our own DIY plantation kits and stuff. Moreover, if we talk about gamification, then how we keep the users engaged in these tasks of eco-vigilantism, which has never been seen before, we will be using a lot of competitive features just like video games. First of all, seasonal leaderboards to instill the principle of self-determination, where people will be able to compete against their Facebook friends and even their local people who have been engaging in such tasks and try to stay on the top by doing more and more. Moreover, we will also be providing features such as to integrate nearby sustainable markets and NGOs and their volunteers to begin with. Talking about our impact and feasibility, let us take example of a tier 1 city in India. For example, Bangalore, where internet penetration is very high as compared to other states, so which would be a preferable option to enter. If we use the app to the full potential, we can tackle near about 1 million kgs of CO2 produced in a day in a city like Bangalore. Talk about India. Moreover, talking about our implementation, it's divided into three phases. First being initiation, where ground level user tackles the problem. Next being the involvement of NGOs. So NGOs do a lot of tasks, as you have seen, revolved around this particular field, but it's never managed, never organized, and moreover, we would be including them by giving them the power to verify and involving them to manage the initiatives in exchange. Talking about hierarchy, as we scale up, only manual and municipal corporation won't be the one party involved. So we would be also promoting rookie users to moderators as they gain more and more verifications and cross the threshold value. Talking about our revenue model, it relies on four pillars, each of where user can redeem their points. First being sustainability stores. We'll be taking a chunk of profit from the cart values we add through our coupons to the sustainability stores. Next of all, NGOs. We would be providing them a platform like Unstop or Dare to Compete, where they can post up their weekend initiatives locally and provide users the access of early registration, skip the queue, merchandising, and even certifications in just one click, thus making their work easier and attracting a lot of audience nearby. Third being CSR funding, the most important. We have already seen corporates invest a lot in corporate social responsibility. And this has been a tedious task and they require a whole new department for it. Why not make it simpler and become their partner and provide them a platform to organize and manage these events? Moreover, help them to replace their chemical cleaning agents with the sustainability products we are already offering, just like eco detergents or even bioenzymes. Next. Talking about future roadmaps, we will be collaborating with previous such apps which have been proved to become a failure just because they were not able to engage enough audience. We will be providing a platform to do more and more by availing their services such as free collection of Acacia and moreover the volunteer work they have been doing. Next, we will be including initiatives under our own label to create a brand value, such as Once we find success in tier 3 cities, tier 1 cities, what we can do is we can educate tier 2 and 3 through our DIY plantation gets branded under our own label and education platforms, such as to create a pathway to enter such market. Now talking about the application prototype. We will explain you the application we have already created. हाँ मतलब पर इसमें ये कि पूरा implemented है जो समझा है.
मुझे ये बताओ कि इसमें where is the whole process? Where did you use a new sort of?
The tech is that we are integrating a lot of things together. First being that we are storing the locations that users have already been verified, and we are also calling up APIs from sharing the locations which have been verified to municipal corporation. Since if you have read our user validation report, there's IIT in all the smart cities integration center. We are collaborating with them. We have already talked with 2 of the smart cities in India. That how our location can be sent up to them and further processed by Ministry of Health to do the waste collection process in the least possible time to optimal route mapping, which they already do in their processing centers.
Waste collection and you want to reduce waste.
We are doing both of the things. First of all, we are reducing waste by taking in help of municipal corporation, involving them as a third party, where we send them the verified.
Let's say there is X kgs of waste. Now the next step is to sort of deal with this X kgs of waste. So, what do you think is the best possible way to deal with this X kg of waste?
First of all, since in the starting, in the beginning, when the thing is that we want this waste to be handled by proper authority.
ये भूल जाओ. हाँ. बोल रहा हूँ 100 kg. तुम्हारे घर पे 1 किलो वेस्ट है. आप उस 1 किलो वेस्ट के साथ कैसे डील करोगे? Like not you, just a scientist. How would you
segregation सबसे very scientist है.
You segregate कर. How will you reduce this? What's the core way to reduce?
The past this is called doesn't core way to reduce the waste generated a particular way. It relies that the collection efficiency is increased all over the.
That is you. I'm talking about general. ठीक है. So अब कैसे करें?
मैं तो प्रेफर करूंगा कि अगर इतना वेस्ट जनरेट हो रहा है वो कलेक्ट टाइम पे और साथ में कलेक्ट टाइम अगर उससे मैं कुछ मतलब एक फ्रेंडली प्रैक्टिस करना चाहता हूं, I would divide it into the waste that is possible to be composted, that is possible to be recycled, that is possible to be sold at its market value, just like that picking, scrap picking.
The one great thing about this 1 kilo waste segregated at 750 grams of waste can be what do you call it, degraded. So now I asked for the fastest way to degrade this. That is like actually reducing the waste, the footprint from standard. 750 grams, it becomes quickly 10 grams. Like it won't become 10 grams, but essentially it will release some gases and that has become thing on your land that is used, right?
Processing.
What are people currently doing?
There are certain technologies for, they create compost, and for decomposition of the garbage. There are certain technologies that speed up this process, but right now it is quite costly. Yeah, there are huge machines to use.
So I have researched on things such as plastic fuels. So what they do is they collect and involve plastic, they compress it, involve a particular type of algae, which feeds on things such as polycarbonate plastics. And once this is done, near about 100 kgs of plastic is converted into 10 or 15 ml of such fuel. But this fuel is as a calorific value as high as kerosene, just bit low from it. So we have researched a lot on them, and moreover, algal decomposition is already been done in petrochemical plants. This is mandatory for them to have a unit for such thing, for wastewater management and for chemical management. But thing is, these technologies are costly and are already being provided to large scale factories. It's a government rule to do so. And in home use, they are not even efficient to purchase such technology.
I mean, just as an opinion on this, feedback on this is that it seems like a marginal problem to solve. Like 100 says becomes 110, it's not becomes 100. Like the efficiency is a marginal problem to solve.
Actually, the efficiency is less than 50% in 6 of the states in India, which are urban.
Okay, let's say we reach 100% also. It's not going to be a better one. Why? Because that's not the word goal. Make efficiency or waste segregation.
Waste, no, what we are just segregating, but the waste processing is already being done by the collector. The way for segregate over collector. Yeah, the waste processing, the wastewater management is there, and moreover, biogas plants are there. Government is already doing all of that stuff, but just of the collected waste. Our problem lies in solving the root cause, because everything is being done once the waste is collected, but the waste is not at all collected. That's the main issue.
Yeah, that is what we're talking about, the efficiency, how much is being generated and how much of that is being collected. Even when we stand on the metro station, when we look down in Lucknow, there is a lot of waste. There is a huge pile of waste there, and nobody cares about it. So if we are doing something to clean that and we're creating an app, we're making it easier for the common people to take a part to make a difference. That is our solution.
Let us talk about carbon footprint as you mentioned. So our main aim is to reduce the footprint. First of all, let us take an example. Chandigarh.
Let me we discuss this later on time. But reducing footprint is not the end. Reducing by a significant.
Yeah, by significant.
What is that? So
can you go back to one of the slides? So the thing is, there is a particular coefficient that is being used to calculate how much solid waste can to release how much of CO2, which you have already used, and this has been verified by a report named as Water World 2.0 by World Bank. So see that since we have considered a positive value, even in best case scenario, we are already doing a marginal effect, not by removing, not by segregating, but by just processing the waste. And how we are processing? The thing is that Chandigarh and Bangalore, both cities, even all the tier 1 cities, already process all the collected waste in a period of less than 14 days once collected. And there have been more than 4 facilities only in Chandigarh or nearby Punjab areas where this happens. So the main issue lies in, as I've already talked with both municipal corporation, smart city, कि collect ही नहीं हो पाता, बाद में process सब हो जाएगा. This is the carbon footprint. Yeah.
Have you seen the waste drugs in metro city?
What?
Waste drugs.
Yeah.
उसको कभी follow किया? Like अपना खुद का गाड़ी का side. तो ये क्या होता है?
Landfill में जाता है वो.
कैसे जाता है? Like you, let's say you are like you live in a distributed society. You have wet waste, you have private. And what happens in the end?
In the end, it all gets together and it is landfill.
Why does it get?
That's what they do right now. That is.
No, but why? What's the core reason why wet and dry is getting mixed intentionally? Although you are segregated. That's the correct answer. It happens.
Yeah.
Like
we know that it happens, but we don't know that.
The reason being incentivized based on kilos of waste.
Yeah.
Right. So wet waste is heavier than dry waste. तो अभी तुम ये सब करोगे, but end में वो ये सब करने वाले हैं. So how are you gonna solve it? Anyways, like we'll discuss that later. This is a bureaucratic problem to solve.
Yeah.
At the core of it. But thanks for.
Thank you.
I don't mind. So this gets by so I'm like I know.
But also,
one thing करते हैं
इनकॉम्प्रेसिबल नहीं झूठ झूठ कहने का सही बता ये वैसा हमारे नीड
Yeah, so we would have
ठीक है तो बैठ जाएगा आप श्योर को डेट को बोला तो बोला
We are having a break till 1:30. If anybody wants to go out, they can. You have to come back at 1:30. We're resuming then. Then 16:30.
I'll be here only. I will be sitting here only. राइटिंग में लोग अभी आ रहे हैं
I know I can
ऐसे लास्ट में कि सही भाई नहीं है यार
videos there.
Oh, YouTube पे है.
Yeah, actually all the live
YouTube पे
yeah, all the live stream videos are actually stored like on the channel.
It will be saved, right?
It will not be deleted after the same.
No, I did deleted. Like, we are live stream for your
So basically, then you must subscribe. Recording when
It finds like the pages are like some. It feels good. Feels good. Kennedy is like all different. That viability is like there are those few making videos, few also completely there are many which languages we don't even know. Right. Single one, get it out.
So
I sorted it. Okay, on that laptop. Yeah, just clear it.
Time. Say hi. Say hi.
See that.
I'm not able to my presentation is
We just wanted to add.
Yeah, I got that. Can go make those subscribe to IIT.
हाँ ठीक है प्लीज ओ यार I'm not that
Yeah,
okay if you
if you once you discuss, then you should
Once I start, once I start.
okay. Thank you.
good reason because that below one side
No, if you do it two-screen, then the task will not come. So wait a second.
Tell me when the time starts.
Wait.
Yes. Are you ready?
Yes.
You can start.
Alright, awesome. Just before we get started, one quick question, show of hands. How many of you use over 2 subscription services at this point? Anything? Okay, that checks out. So I'm Ankit, we are Subspace, we make subscription management super easy. So what we observed over the years is that businesses were shifting from more of a upfront payment model to a recurring revenue model. Best example, OTT platforms, current market valuation, $200 billion USD. So what do we do here? We build a marketplace and we provide it with software so that both sides of it, the providers and the consumers of subscriptions, can avail its services in the best manner possible. We're going to talk about 4 things today. First, the what. That's the problem. Next, we're going to talk about how, which is our product. How big can it get, which is our market and our revenue. And finally, we'll wrap up with our journey and how we personally are making it big. Let's start with the what. Let's start with the why. So the why is a three-pronged problem. The first problem is from a consumer perspective of subscription services. There is a hesitation from consumers to purchase subscription services, mainly due to the fact that auto payments deduct a lot of expenses and they're afraid of how they will track it. This is scaring them with regards to late payments because they exceed due dates and even on terms of how they can make the use of the best offers when they purchase a subscription service. Next, we talk about managing subscriptions. So say even if I'm able to manage and track one subscription well, do I use only one? Actually, and a survey that we did of a demographic from 18 to 35 suggests that they use 3 subscription services at least, spending INR 294 per month on average. So obviously, they need some sort of a system that helps them monitor all of these particular subscription services payments in parallel. Next, lastly, even if say I want to get to 5 subscription services that I really like, I still have to look at a lot of other services. Like any sort of content that I want to find, I'll have to look at a lot of platforms. And this is where the classic buffet problem arises, where if the number of entries on the menu of, say, content services increases, it becomes difficult for the person to choose what they like, what they want, where they can find it, and even what sort of people can they connect with to form a sort of a community feeling. So with these three problem statements in mind, we built one app for all subscriptions. We'll talk about the product now. Again, that too is three-pronged. The first part is the money part. We enable our users to track and manage all of their subscriptions. This involves all of the recurring payments, all multiple pricing plans, any sort of system where they want to track their deadlines. Next, here we'll take a pause because this is the most killer feature that we believe we're the only ones who built the entire space. It's called subscription splitting. We enable users to come together, pick a subscription service, then they will split the cost and they share the subscription. This, what does it involve basically? We are democratizing the availability of the subscription service to a group of low income users. So in a way, they're expanding the subscription service market. Next, and lastly, even when I'm tracking multiple groups and multiple subscriptions, it is going to be a sort of an overhead if I go above 5. How do we make it more efficient? Automation. So basically, through reading the SMS information for any transaction in the most data compliant manner, we're able to provide any valuable tracking, subscription tracking metric to our user, and even provide them notifications as to when which payment is due. So yeah, our platform is currently live on Google Play, and there's a web-based platform that we're working on. But more importantly, what does a user of Subspace actually do? They come to the platform, they search for some content that they might want to explore, pick a subscription service, find a set of other people who are interested in splitting it, pay on the platform, and then they keep returning to the platform to manage and track multiple subscriptions. So this is the end-to-end user flow. We'll now talk about the market. Can you go one behind? Exactly. So this is how we're making it big. We all know that subscription has blown up as a business model in the past decade particularly. Everything that we know in terms of content consumption or software licenses or even literally the groceries that get delivered, they're shifting to a subscription model. What I have here is basically in 2029 only what the OTT platform total valuation will look like, counting a CAGR of 16%. So even then the platform market, if we charge say 5% commission, which is our first revenue stream from our provider, we still get to $600 million in India and $10 million globally, which brings us to revenue streams. So the first, which I explained, was 5% commission from any subscription provider, say Netflix, who wants to list on our platform. Next, how do we improve the experience for our subscription provider? We enable them with promoting subscriptions through targeted advertising. We have the user information, what they want in terms of content, so it's just connecting the advertising to the personalization. Lastly, what we're also looking at to enter as a space is empowering more of MSMEs or local businesses to enable recurring revenue models with local users. And yeah, so in a nutshell, we're a business that empowers business to shift to a recurring revenue model, and that's how we make money. Talking of how we are making it big, this is traction. So the app went live in April of 2022, and since then there have been 80,000 plus app downloads. 4.6 is the app rating, 1.9 million split transactions over 46,000 groups, and that's not even the best part. The best part is the competitive moat that we have built in two areas. So the subscription splitting feature primarily draws so much of traction that even YouTube channels that we've never heard of, in fact some of them we don't even understand in the language about, they have listed the utility of our product and even how it's to be used. And when we talk about an engineering mode that we built, we are 90x faster in terms of automated expense tracking than any other competition out there. It happens in 1.5 seconds literally. And we're also probably the only ones who built a payment infrastructure in the most fraud-free manner there. So yeah, if you were to say that subscription management, subscription marketplace is y-axis and pool financing is x-axis, then where we lie is a place we like to call democratizing the availability of subscription services to a group of low-income users and thereby expanding the entire marketplace. So yeah, that's basically us. In a nutshell, what is the problem of subscription handling?
The how is a marketplace. The how big can it get is a $200 billion USD TAM, and how we're making it big is our user count currently at 80K app downloads. And that's our subspace. We make subscription management super easy. Actions speak louder than words. So we'd actually like to show you the app so you can go through the various user flows and understand why it's so big. Thanks a lot for your time. Yes, you can actually love it.
So I can apply sensible. I look at that money in my pocket. So I can use that as well. And then we can make it. So that's it. What I how you come? I come. So currently we are like just enhancing these platforms. So currently we are taking these tokens from third parties. So we are getting so we are getting some revenue, but plan is to onboard all the businesses on the platform and like just get directly. But yeah, retention so daily active users are currently around 10K. That is like around 20K, like 18 to. So actually, like it's like currently we are not paying in the advertising, etc. So all the YouTubers and like organically is growing up. So you will see on the YouTube as well, if you type service based app, there are like many YouTube videos that we make. Yeah, many are in the link. So yeah, that's how we are growing currently. So currently we are getting users based on this. Yeah. What's the next step?
So currently, yeah. So basically, where we are currently at is affiliate marketing. There is also the platform that we mentioned where a subscription provider can get more of a targeted advertising platform where they can see that how users are interacting with the subscriptions on Subspace and they can accordingly send targeted ads. So that is one place where they can sell us as. Another place which is more of long term that we've been looking at is more of local recharges. So any sort of a situation where an MSME sets up a recurring revenue model for any sort of local business such as mobile recharge. Electricity.
Adding to is like the immediate next step will be onboarding different businesses so that we can have direct commission with those. So it's finally, yes. And 18K is actually yeah, why? Yeah, it's currently good step. So plan is there like easily by talking with the no, actually raised out even we raised out, but at that time it was like reservation was too high valuation. So we didn't take it up as a but there was one angel in Asis getting about discuss later. So let's start. Yes, yes. Yeah, we done.
Okay, just time.
You were around 3, 5 seconds. 7 past 35 minutes, 35 minutes, seconds.
We had more time, but we exceeded.
You exceeded.
पहला buzzer आता है.
First buzzer is the warning one.
We didn't even hear the buzzer. So we didn't hear the buzzer actually.
Actually, it buzzer fine, maybe not. Didn't hear it. आगे आपको बताओ itu banyak sih tahu saya keep track of
it was not. We ended this and does anyone have an idea?
I have one just secret. So like, all the charges are placed.
Afternoon and welcome to all present here. We are Team 25 and we'll be presenting our research and case study for the GradCapital problem statement. First off, I'd like you to meet Suraj. Suraj is a 25-year-old junior consultant living in a gated colony in Rohini, Delhi. Suraj earns 4.8 lakhs annually and tries to live economically. One fine October evening, Suraj receives a knock on his door.
नमस्ते सूरज भैया, इस बार आपकी बिल्डिंग और सामने वाली बिल्डिंग के बीच रावट दहन करा रहे हैं। हमें चंदा लेने के लिए भेजा है। 500 रुपए की पर्ची काट दो आपकी।
Suraj, being a practicing Hindu and socially active, gives 500 rupees without hesitation. However comes the Shera evening. 3 small effigies from a collection of over 200 residents. Suraj is slightly disappointed with the state of affairs and confronts Chotu about it.
छोटू भाई, ये जो तुमने पैसे इकट्ठा करे थे, ये सब खर्च हुए क्या? यार ये पूरे का तो पता नहीं। हमने 2000 रुपए का पेंट खरीदा था, रावण पेंट भी कर दिया। बाकी बचे हुए पैसे हमने अच्युताऊ को दे दिए। बाकी वही जाने भैया। और कुल कलेक्शन कितना हुआ था?
भैया आपकी बिल्डिंग से तो टोटल 10,000 मैंने लिया था, बाकी बिल्डिंग का पता नहीं। ठीक है भैया, चलता हूँ।
This Dashera with Suraj and Chotu wasn't just a standalone case, but in fact quite a common occurrence and has probably happened to some of you in some form or other. The problem brings itself to life when someone or a group of people are given access to an amount of money for a very specific purpose, and any misuse is supposed to be frowned upon. The stakeholders would like to know exactly when and where is their money being spent and whether or not someone is fraudulently pocketing some of it. Stakeholders would like to intervene in cases of fraud, if any. And then you've got organizers or the spenders. They internally have several inconveniences as shown by Chotu. Organizers are often unaware of how much money they have collected, how much is already being spent, and by whom, and so on and so forth. In order to validate our hypothesis, we identified user groups where people raise funds or collect money for a very specific purpose. People belonging to each of these user groups were identified and several rounds of interviews were conducted. Here you see some of the excerpts from the interviews. Anirvan, an honest organizer from Patna, sends thank you notes to contributors with an account of expenses when he organizes Durga Puja Panda. And we also have Dr. Puran, a member of Catalyst Incubator, who gave us insights into how incubators require startups to present their expenses to be then audited by the Catalyst CA. Based on these interviews, we identified the target group of spenders to be more broadly classified into two segments, formal and informal. The formal segment being the one where a CA authorized audit is required by law, and informal where it isn't. Most notably, NGOs, incubators, and some large businesses lie in the formal segment, while the others wouldn't. The accountability enforced by the CA does not really bring transparency for the stakeholders, but it does bring with it the peace of mind that funds are less likely to be misused. On the other hand, the informal segment is where most frauds and cheats happen, and where some solution is in need of the hour, and where we plan to focus next. With it being clear to us that the informal sector requires intervention in preventing frauds, we served an extensive survey to over 170 families from varying demographics that have been stakeholders in one or multiple of the use cases. And we learned that close to 64% feel that their money has been misused. Although 22% don't really care, 72.5% agree that they would give more money had the events being more transparent. Also shown are some reasons for people's apprehensions and cases where they've seen misuse happen. Keeping all that we've learned and understood so far in mind, we'd like to present to you AuditMate, a technology-based solution that enforces transparency and brings trust. The application is organized into groups and communities. A group is where spenders and stakeholders come together. Groups can be understood as individual ledgers as maintained for distinct events with complete details of all credits and debits as income. We also have communities, which are basically a collection of groups having a shared group of spenders and stakeholders, but with activities that require separate ledgers. Here you can see the Lakshmi Mandir Puja committee has a group for both Lakshmi Puja, but then also for Dashera. Then also comes to the left is your notification panel, which is any announcements from organizers of all the groups that you're a member of. The application also makes organizers' lives easier through several different methods. We're making the collection process a lot more easier. The invite link requires contributors to pay, and once the transaction has gone through, a contributor directly gets added to the groups as a stakeholder. We've also made the process of adding a new expense to the ledger extremely easy through the use of OCR that directly reads important details through bills with an option to even scan vendor UPI codes right within the application. With any new transaction getting added to this ledger in real time, stakeholders get their peace of mind. Stakeholders get the ability to vet every single detail of the transaction. They get the ability to review bills, flag and comment any suspicious activity. Using all such user interactions in real time, along with other automatically captured information, our algorithm Parda gives the transaction a score about the likeliness of fraud. Transactions get marked with a red, yellow, or no dots depending upon how risky it is, and opening the transaction gives the exact score in a more visual format as seen. Here you see how factors like the presence or absence of a GST number, GST verification using government APIs, changes in community parameters like views affect the Parda score.
Now I'd like to briefly touch upon what our future scopes of improvement with this product are. First, we'd like to introduce location-based invitations, which once widespread use is achieved, would allow for collection requests based on proximity to the event. Second, donations of several types of organizations are eligible for tax break certificates, which will be eventually automatically generated within our application. And finally, but most importantly, we'd like to break it into the formal sector, bringing the CA auditing process right within our application. After feeding tons of user-generated data, our Parda algorithm will improve to the extent that it will contextually be able to flag transactions as fraudulent, which currently is strictly done on human intuition. That was it with our presentation. A much more detailed description can be found in the report and prototype demo that we submitted. Thanks for listening. We're now open to questions.
So coming to how, like, what are our plans for monetization? Like, who will be the potential use cases? So we mentioned the use cases, right? The users, the people who are the stakeholders for any particular case. For example, if you are organizing the freshers party, the entire batch of 2019 contributes money. So the entire batch gets added as a stakeholder in the app, and then those people who are taking care of the organization add transactions while everyone can review those transactions.
This was one of the. It can also be used in the case of apartments where, let's say, manager or watchman collects the money, gives just a receipt or something, but no one knows where the expense has been expended. So in that case, this app can also be used.
We are
to go like
Have you? And how do these currently things?
So the substitute product for now would be spreadsheets and combination of devices. So spreadsheets is cumbersome in a way that all file format traveling or file, and the very fact that it's cumbersome is less sometimes. So that would be the from splitwise. The organizers can manage balances with them. That's just a small use case that we also handle. We conducted user research in the apartments too, but we had the number in one of the slides. Basically, 72.5% were not satisfied with the expenditure which managers or stakeholders do.
That is like asking some question to someone that seems like a problem. Like, what you say that. It's like that kind of shit.
Apart from this, we had also done like interviews proper. So that we also see that.
And we did interviews with people from the organizing side as well, and we figured out that those people who do not have any intentions in mind, they actually want to give transparency and
this part. So these people who contribute, they not contribute because of error. That's the reason.
Sometimes.
Because or do they
I mean, if it is enforced upon them that they have to contribute, then they contribute and are apprehensive of the entire process. They keep on doubting the organizers. And if they're given a choice on whether they want to contribute, a lot of them opt out of it because they're not confident about the amount.
Sometimes we also see the organizers themselves want to be transparent, and that's how the thank you note. So when they want to maintain a clean sheet and a good image, they also become the early adopters who send out these invites to their content. And with the network effects, it can spread to other use cases, right? Like even when coming here, the institute was just reimbursing our costs, and we had to pull in. And this was a very good use case for us. If we have, right? Yeah.
Thank you. This girl.
Team number 49. 49. 33. Team number 33. 23. Team number 45. Team number 53. 23.
Yeah. You can begin. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Carbon, India's first carbon credit trade platform. The world is moving towards sustainability, but don't just take our words for it. You can see how it reflects in global investments and how they are taking shape. Just in 2022, we saw a 31% increase in energy transition investment, with a total investment of over $1 trillion. However, these investments need to be tripled in order to reach our global net zero goal. And such pressure has come onto India as well. With the world watching in the last 6 months, India has passed futuristic policies and has carved out the goal to be net zero by 2070. In fact, India's largest companies today have already set up initiatives move to faster net zero goal. They have invested over 5,000 crore rupees to reduce their carbon emissions by 5.5 megatons through various measures. However, what about the activities that will not be made carbon zero? One tried and tested solution to quantify and control emissions until now is carbon credits. They are permits that allow you to emit 1 ton of carbon dioxide or an equivalent greenhouse gas amount for 1 year. Inspired by other countries, the Indian government wants to impose a cap and trade model for these credits. How does this work? Consider only two companies A and B which emit varying amounts of greenhouse gases in their processes such that A emits 14 tons while B emits 4 tons of carbon dioxide per year, resulting in a total of 18 tons. Now, in line with sustainability measures and industry surveys, the government imposes a cap of 20 tons per year. After accounting for output, location, and various nature of processes for these companies, they impose a cap on each company, such as 12 for company A and 8 for company B, and accordingly give them an allowance. Since company A emits 2 tons over its cap, it needs at least 2 more carbon credits to avoid expensive benefits. However, company B has 4 more carbon credits than what it needs and can sell them to company A. This flow of cash results in an internal adjustment of cap between the companies.
So, what does the system ultimately achieve? It allows three things. It allows the government to control emissions by gradually lowering the caps, reward companies that are more sustainable, and financially incentivize companies to become greener so that they avoid purchasing credits in the first place. The system of carbon credit generation itself can be extended to carbon offset projects who solely exist to profit from carbon credit generation and sales. But however, in real life, the trading isn't as straightforward and is fairly convoluted. Even credit generation is delayed as it requires the credit sellers to reach out to third-party auditing firms to audit, verify, and finally have the credits issued by a regulatory body. These are then sold over the counter because of a lack of a centralized marketplace. Because of this, sales are limited by the firm's own outreach and there is a poor buyer-seller market visibility. While this may be mitigated with the assistance of a brokerage firm, these services themselves are often quite pricey. There is also a chance of information asymmetry leading to errors like double counting. The system's lack of results leads to a lack of awareness where financing firms cause carbon credit offset projects to not be financed at all in the first place. So, where does this take us? It leads us to our primary research. Our primary research with various stakeholders, such as the government, carbon credit consulting firms, and industry leaders, shows us that the current infrastructure is lacking, and the methods that we have are too inconvenient, and there's a lack of traceability causing errors like double counting. This causes firms themselves to lose faith in the system. Therefore, to tackle these problems, we developed Carbony. Carbony aims to be a centralized, transparent, and secure trading platform for carbon credits built entirely on blockchain. So let's take a look at some of the features we have. Firstly, we have easy buying and selling where any onboarded trader on the platform is able to buy and sell with simple clicks. Next, we have our emission calculator. This is a freemium feature which can help you track the carbon emissions from your facility, and there's a pro version of it which offers more nuance and considers output, location, and the nature of the processes that offers more incisive insights. Next, we have an analytics dashboard, a single place where you can track your credit totals, how much excess carbon credits you have, the history of your carbon credits, and follow the price trends of the market all from your dashboard. And next, we are able to offer you transparency like never before. You can now see the quality of your carbon credits, the amount of time they have before they expire, and it can help you make better decisions regarding when to buy, when to hold, and when to sell your credits.
Carbony was built around making trading more traceable, accurate, economical, and secure. A blockchain background guarantees us that we know when a credit is generated, where it goes, when and where it expires. This drastically reduces the work of the company. There is a difference between owning a credit and consuming a credit. Once a credit is consumed before its expiry, it reduces the emission count of the company and it cannot be traded again. Counting used credits or double counting is recognized as the biggest threat to emissions trading by RERA, which is the world's biggest voluntary carbon market. We offer significantly lower transaction fees versus leading competitors because of our Polygon chain infrastructure. And finally, blockchain is secure. It would take more than a trillion years to crack the encryption of the wallets. Carbony also simplifies and linearizes the ecosystem by acting as a central sole mediator. This allows us to offer transparency and keep all stakeholders in loop. Please refer to our report for detailed analysis on competitive benchmarking and go-to-market strategy.
So, what does the industry think of our solution? We have received very exciting feedback and positive validation for our solution already. In fact, the head of strategy at IIT Petro said that they would be eager to invest over 1.7 lakh credits onto our platform as soon as we launch. And others remarked that this would kickstart the Indian market right away. So, where does our revenue come from? We have three main streams of revenue: transaction fees, the additional revenue from freemium footprint calculator, and initial listing. We expect a revenue of 16.8 rupees per credit with the high revenues from year one itself. And here we have a breakdown of our cost, which is typical for a service, for software as service. And for more details, please refer to our report. Over the first 3 years, we expect to make an average profit of more than 7 crores per year at a profitability of 69%. Okay, so this is all good. But while this is a profitable opportunity, let us not forget why we are doing all this. In terms of environmental impact, we are able to save at least 3.8% of the total carbon emissions. In 10 years' time, we will have saved over 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide, the equivalent absorption of 12 billion trees. And in terms of economical impacts, we will have spurred a 10% increase in the number of carbon offset projects in India. So support us at Carbony and help us help the earth make the better place. Thank you, and now we are open to questions.
So this is, I think I have some, and I think you can add on. So this allows trading interactions. This is a marketplace for you to trade carbon credits, which is going to be different from the voluntary markets you see because the government has a direct role to play. What we are also enabling us to do is that the government, we are linearizing the system so that instead of it going to auditors, then the government, and then flow of money, it all happens to one platform. The lack of regulation and the lack of government being a direct stakeholder in this process was one of the main reasons we couldn't implement it.
Adding on to that, currently in India there is no SaaS platform for trading carbon credits. If you have to do it, you have to do it from business to business. There is no platform as such. We allow businesses to see all the available buyers and choose themselves. Instead of having to go and search and do one by one emails, you can imagine it sort of Amazon for carbon. You just go onto the platform and see everything and buy it.
Persons are selling carbon.
So over last year, in the global market, there were more than 30 million carbon credits, and we spoke to a carbon credit consulting firm who said that more than 6,000 firms in India even before the policies.
Individuals, like families, merchants. That's what you said, right? Like the current platforms able to pay.
Yeah. No. There are no platforms at all. If you are a business, I'm a business, I have to contact you personally via mail or something. And you have to set up a meeting and buy it. There is no platform to do this.
There is no existing trading platform which connects businesses, which is built for India, that the government has a role in. So right now, the reason why the government comes into the picture is because the government has announced a lot of regulations in the cap and trade system. And there they'll also have to.
Government recently, so the Energy Conservation Act of 2001, so the government recently introduced an amendment in that. So it will introduce an Indian cap and trade market, and that has been passed by Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as well. So it's going to be released soon, and that will set up an Indian trading market. So this is if you want a comparison, so we can look at it like here are the NSE of the stocks. And the stocks here are the carbon credits. And this kind of market has shown tremendous impact on climate change, and it has also been introduced in.
Because the act has just been passed very recently, less than 4-5 months ago.
So it was.
I should see a lot more such.
Yeah. Like last meeting, passed on last 14th of January.
So basically, the main advantage that the massive major problem in carbon emission trading is having double counting. So if we introduce blockchain, then we completely erase that because of transparency and risk.
So it acts as a central ledger, so no one can claim so there is difference between carbon generation and using it, right? Yeah. So it's a central ledger and no one can double count it. So that is the main advantage that they have.
Plan to become an end-to-end service at the end, providing consultancy for services too, and that will help companies realize their potential in carbon credits and help them going towards carbon.
Also, assist smaller companies is becoming part of this program that in a later phase of Thank you.
Team number 23. 23. Team number 45. Team number 53.
Yeah, right.
Easy.
But should we do it now? There are some things.
Yeah, but they're not friends.
Can you give us 5 minutes? Wait. Give us
Mark 49, 49, 33, 23, 45.
कोई भी नहीं होता क्या?
53 बचे but they were last. They are asking for 10 minutes. They do that. That's it. On the we will check it out and then tell you. It was night street, so we will get you to the time. Alright.
Which team? 45 are you?
Okay, team 23 on stage.
What's your name?
And a Google Drive.
And a Google Drive. Actually, we have sent the Google Drive.
23.
बाहर कर दिया so yeah
Yeah, after 7.
45 का क्या है?
45 बाहर ही आ रही है, मतलब एक दो मेंबर
23 के बाद
It's fine. It's fine. Yes, it's fine. And also, so there is audio interface.
and not this one.
I will give you guys timers. Does that work? I'll give you a timer of 3.
3 to 1, we'll do 3 to 1.
Three. In an era where everything you see is digitalized, then why do people still carry medical prescriptions and the medical records in physical copies? The very idea that medical prescriptions are carried around even till this day, even when your next door Anwadi has gone digital, is at the heart of the problem. Redundant time consumption and loss of medical records at crucial moments have been life costing in the past, but not anymore with our app Parva. And this is Team 23. The total addressable market for Indian healthcare system will be around 9 to 12 billion US dollars by 2025. These are some of the medical problems like lack of data security and the hassle of storing medical records. While there are some existing products and services in this domain,
HealthLix, which is a digital health manager, but it faces data fragmentation since it's not based on UHI. While Briefcase is UHI integrated, it has a very glitchy user experience. Fable is a chronic disease manager, but it lacks interconnectivity. Our app Parva will have the best user experience, and it will be UHI based. Our user interviews and customer analysis shows that more than 90% of physical practitioners use physical records, while more than 70% of our users are willing to adapt a digital health card. Our healthcare insights show that emergency record access is very crucial. Let's meet our users. Anand is an IT professional from Delhi. As he is tech savvy, he would like to digitalize his health and be in control of his medical prescriptions, of his medical appointments and prescriptions. Now, imagine you have a right to a paperless healthcare system, right? Ramachandran is a old diabetic patient from Bangalore. He faces the problem of forgetfulness. He has often missed his medical appointments and misplaced his medical prescriptions. Priya is our hospital manager for Patna. She and her medical interns have spent countless hours recording and managing medical records. She needs a robust data management software. While Mr. Raj is a doctor from Pune, he wishes to increase his reach and to improve as many lives as possible. So this is the customer journey that we have planned, and this will be our app Parva. आपकी तबीयत हमारी नजर.
You can schedule follow-ups on this app with doctors you are connected with. You can also view the e-prescriptions that are uploaded by the doctors on the app. To add a new patient, the doctor has to scan the patient's QR that will be available on the patient's app. After approval from the patient, both the doctor and the patient will be connected. After approval, the doctor can now browse through the patient's history and request access to specific health records. When the patient approves their access, then they can view the whole document. Later, the patient may even revoke access. We can see the documents and folders that are uploaded to the app and the viewing access that the people have. We can add descriptive tags to reports so that it's easier to find them later. You can view our app with the link provided and explore other features. Now let's understand the technology behind Parva, right? The tech stack of our app was made using React.js and Node.js. All the reports and documents would be uploaded to Cloud AWS and they would be end-to-end encrypted. Additionally, all server activities will be monitored, documented, and secured with firewall employment. Integration with Google Maps will be done with Google Geocoding API. After talking to several professionals and having them review our apps, we found that the doctors believe that Parva is the needs of the day. They like the idea of a paperless medical system and the management of the consent on our apps. You can view the testimonials here. Now let's get back to our users, shall we? Anand is no longer feeling out of control with his health, and Dr. Patil can expand his practice without compromising on patients' health. Ramachandra has not missed an appointment since he has started using Parva, and he has not misplaced any prescriptions. And Priya can pay more personalized attention to each of our patients. These were some of the key features in the feedback we received after we had professionals evaluate our app, and we have also integrated all of these features into our app. According to government mandates, it's required by hospitals to store and manage postmortem reports 10 years after the patient's death. This problem can be solved through our app, Parva. Another problem is that in emergency situations like road accident, the medical personnel need access to patients' information like recent surgeries or allergies to medications. This problem can be solved by using the emergency card that is provided by our app Parva. And making an app aligned with the native tongue of the users is essential. We plan on including various vernacular languages in future versions.
Coming to the revenue model of our app. So this will be a 3-tier system. The first being a premium subscription for users to access extended cloud storage and for doctors to improve their search optimization to improve discoverability. The next can be data consultancy services of anonymized demographical trends to government research projects to improve government's research and to insurance companies. The third can be advertisement partnership with the likes of Tata Energy. The business timeline user acquisition can start from acquiring corporates and universities as a part of their employee benefit program. Government schemes can also be collaborated, like the ASHA program by the government, that is for medical adoption. In a mature phase, influencer marketing and content marketing, along with symbiotic marketing with the likes of GradCapital funded Pebble, can also be pursued. Our future plan is to incorporate remote patient monitoring, which will give red notifications by viewing vital stats to the elderly and to people facing medical challenges. Our team's vision is to be the Meditech app that has the best user experience and will be an ecosystem for all Meditech issues. These are frequently asked questions. Thank you. Now we'll be open to questions. You don't need any hefty medical records anymore. Parva is all the magic. Thank you.
This?
As the same, we have a and it's just like for smaller
Yes,
and then Vedanta, they had their
we took user interviews and we understood what their concern is. They don't have an end-to-end solution. All of them currently use a software named Hospice, which lacks data security and has faced data breaches in the past, in 2019 and several other years.
Private practitioners needed costs.
They currently don't have any sort of and it makes it much more easier to be makes it much more easier to connect out to their schedule and it's also much easier for patients to access this and this provides a foundation so that later we can extend remote patient monitoring onto them. It should be factor that is where
the initial phase, there might be practitioners who are willing to improve their reach and capacity. So we plan to onboard them as the initial phase. Thank you, sir. We were in the
Team number 45.
The links are there. Nothing more than that.
Three, two, one, start.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team 45 and we are here to present our startup deal. We are creating an ecosystem for business and consumer. Now, you might be asking why we started working on DB on the first time. So, it's a very funny story. 3 months back, my mom told me to collect clothes from the dry cleaner and I forgot to carry the bill. It was a hassle getting the clothes from the dry cleaner. Also, my father runs a shop and I've seen him struggle with finance and bills. Also, a keen observation was that the local consumer market are constantly losing their consumer right and left. And the local e-commerce and the e-commerce market are continuously gripping the local market. And this is not just happening with one shop. Around 7.66 million shops are suffering from this. At the same time, 86% of the consumers change brands due to poor customer engagement. Now, if we take a step back and understand the problem of Tier 2 and Tier 3 stores, we understand two major problems. First is the bad customer engagement due to lack of customer data collection, and second is the hassle that is created due to manual transcription of all the finances and bills. Also, at the same time, if you look at the consumer of the businesses, the consumer experience is not that great when you shop from a local shop. Bills mismanagement is a major problem. When you forget or lose the bill and you cannot replace or exchange your goods. Now, this is where we come in. Introducing a DB, bring you closer to customer and of course your success. Now, what do DB exactly do? DB is an online cloud-based software which provides customer auto engagement, easily build customer relation. At the same time, it creates an overview of whole businesses in one place, with all the bills going in and out, all the finance going in and out, everything. At the same time, to create a wholesome experience for the businesses to grow, we also provide value to the consumer of the businesses. We provide all the bills in one place, so there is no bill mismanagement. Now, to completely explain the value that we provide to the businesses, let me walk you through our product. So, the screen that you see here is the business dashboard. All the information regarding to the businesses that is required by the businessman to take smart business decision are displayed here. Be it the total amount sold, the bills report, reminders to do any payment to avoid any delay, inventory and categorization, which goods are performing well, everything. Next, we have the bills in and out page where all the bills are done according to multiple categorization. You can easily access the bills. Next, we have the vendor list where you have all the vendors you can easily contact to avoid any payment delay. Next, we have the customer dashboard with all the details of the customer. which average order value, last visit, and maybe very special feature campaign analysis. The consumer like buy one get one 50%. You can know by that and excellently communicate your campaign. Next page, we have the most important page. This is the page where you provide the most value to the shopkeepers. It's the photo engagement feature. Now, how do we exactly do this and what is this? Let me explain to the example. For example, एक शॉप को 5,000 रुपये जो भी शॉप खरीदता है उसको 50% आपका कूपन भेजना है. अब एक एक करके मैन्युअली भेजना पड़ेगा. No, that is gone. To our automating. So what they do is they to create an event called bill. When there will be bill creation, there is an event created. Now you have to add the customer segment. It can be anyone like the person who buys stuff above 5,000 rupees. After that, you have to create the engagement channel. It can be email, WhatsApp bot, SMS, anything. You can also add a delay like 2 days or something like that. And once you do all of that, voila, your job is done. All the customer who buy 5,000 above rupees stuff, 2 days after they will get a coupon offer to again come to the shop and buy stuff. To build a strong customer relation, this is the key. Now you might be wondering how we actually connect to the consumer. We do it through WhatsApp DB bot. What we do is we get all the bills in one place, so we get actual value for the consumer of the local businessman. And we don't stop there. We also create a WhatsApp bot for the businesses to intelligently communicate with the consumer with the upcoming offers and discount, and also salutations, jokes, and everything to bring a strong relationship.
Now, I would actually want to take you through a chain of thought. We know that customers are the primary stakeholders for businesses, and our solution basically strives to connect these businesses with their local customers and understand them better. So that is why in the next phase we'll also be introducing the DB app. That app will basically be for customers, which will allow them for more efficient bill handling. It will also give them better platform to connect with their local businesses, and it will also provide a breakdown for all their weekly expenses. So this we are doing so that we can get enough customer data so that our future approaches can be even more data driven. Now moving on to the tech that's involved here. This is our solution architecture. Now this is way too complex. Let me simplify this. So in a solution architecture, it basically starts with a point of sale or a POS. When an invoice is generated, it is in a PS file or a PostScript file. We convert that PS file to a PNG file using our virtual printer technology. Then we compress that PNG file and we send it to two places. Firstly, it is sent to the OCR, optical character recognition, as well as smart film recognition. This is basically an ML based model which extracts all the meaningful information from the bill and stores it in our database MongoDB, which is a NoSQL system. And it is also hosted on Amazon Web Services so as to provide us cloud functionality. The second place it is sent to is to the customer. Firstly, through the WhatsApp bot, which calls the WhatsApp API, and in the next phase, we'll be replacing it with a Flutter app. Now, you might be wondering how we validated our problems. We conducted primary research methods, we took personal interviews and also carefully drafted mock tests. And we found out that 75% of businesses want financial management services such as bill management, invoice tracking, and 54% shop owners want effective methods of customer interaction. We also designed a creative experiment for the same, where we compared two shops in the same region, dealing in same goods. And we found out that one shop had a much better and stronger customer base compared to the other. When we dived deeper, we found out that the first shop, obviously the service was excellent, but even apart from that, post-sale services offers was regularly communicated, and everything was lacking in shop 3. The customers felt like they were more engaged in shop 1. Now our target audience. Our target audience is primarily tier 2 and tier 3 mid-sized businesses with an existing point of sale. After that, we'll be moving on, like I said earlier, to shift to customers so that we can implement data-driven approaches. So in the last phase, we'll be basically converting into an entire point of sale so that we can complete our financial ecosystem for these local businesses. These are the following revenue streams we've planned. Now our business model is basically a freemium model, which will have some stock features, and then there will be some added paid plans, and these add-ons will be one time. We found out that we are the only ones in the market doing all these 3 features. And finally, this is the roadmap which we made feature-wise, segmented into separate phases. Thank you so much for listening to us. We really thank you for your time.
Features, are you playing on features or?
It's more fundamental than that. Like अगर हम लोग larger picture में देखें तो main अपना perspective यही है. Like मैं खुद के father के e-commerce करता हूँ. कि पहले जो सेल होती थी, आजकल e-commerce platform प्लस हुआ था मेरा जो यहाँ हुआ था नहीं आता. आजकल बहुत ज़्यादा impact बढ़ने लगे, बहुत ज़्यादा आने लगे, boost करे. and we want to increase that कि actually business और consumer में connect बढ़े, and we are building that through the features कि campaign analysis हो गया, customer relation के लिए messages forward करना हो गया, bills in one place हो गया, उसके अलावा
But like you said, like people are doing it. What's the bottleneck that they're facing, or are they like?
Okay, the people like the other businesses do. Other businesses not actually working on the. Look at that. अभी जो भी एग्जिस्ट करता है ना, जो बिजनेस है जो अपना कंपटीटर डायरेक्ट एंड डायरेक्ट वो पॉइंट ऑफ सेल जो एक्चुअली बिल क्रिएट करता है, बट एक बार पॉइंट ऑफ सेल बन जाता है उसके बाद वो जो सॉफ्टवेयर पर्टिकुलर टैलीज हो जो भी हो वो एक्चुअली सर्विस प्रोवाइड नहीं करता कि एक्चुअली वो कस्टमर एंगेजमेंट कर पाए। उसके लिए एक डेडिकेटेड टीम होता है, आपको रिलायंस से मैसेज आता है, बट आपको लोकल किराना स्टोर से मैसेज या एंगेजमेंट या तो कुछ भी ऑफर दिवाली का, तो वो हम लोग करते हैं। एट द सेम टाइम डैशबोर्ड भी कोई करता है, और इकोसिस्टम के नाम पे काम नहीं करता कि कस्टमर बिजनेस को कैसे कनेक्ट कर सकते, सब लोग जीएसटी इनवॉइसिंग और इन्वेंटरी मैनेजमेंट का काम।
एंड मतलब टू बेसिकली ऐड टू दैट, सी ये कि लोकल बिजनेसेस का क्या है, थोड़े जो नॉन इम्पोर्टेंट टास्क भी होते हैं ना, जैसे बिल हैंडल करना है, रीइंबर्समेंट करनी है, उनमें दे वेस्ट अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम एंड दैट इज आल्सो नॉट इफेक्टिव, क्योंकि मतलब वी आर इजीली डूइंग दिस एंड
खाता बुक लेक्चर पे काम करता है। फॉर एग्जांपल आपको भी याद होगा ना, जैसे क्या बता कि 5 रुपए बाद में देता हूँ कैंटीन में, वही करता हूँ, तो वही मेंटेन करता खाता कि यू हैव टू ऐड खाता बुक, मतलब डिजिट खाता बुक कि 5 रुपया कृष्णा लेके गया, कोई भी लेके गया।
Like then you're not targeting a shopkeeper. क्या बोलते हैं? Very, like you're targeting someone who's paying GST. Who's paying taxes.
या who is paying taxes. अगर आप वो भी देखें तो लास्ट रिपोर्ट के अराउंड मैंने 2018 का रिपोर्ट पढ़ा था, उसमें 25 मिलियन शॉप जीएसटी का रजिस्टर टाइप टू टाइप जी तो टैक्स के अकॉर्डिंग, एंड मोस्ट ऑफ बिकॉज पॉइंट ऑफ सेल, तो वो बहुत बड़ा लार्जर चल के अपना आगे 100% जो शॉप्स है वो टारगेट मार्केट नहीं है, तो जो बिल प्रिंट करता है वो टारगेट मार्केट है इन इंडिया दैट्स फ्यूचर। Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
What's your team?
Thanks.
Greetings everyone, we are Team 53 and we present to you our product Moosey. Now to give you a background about the necessity of our product, let's get started with the story of Sam. So basically Sam is a 24-year-old boy who has recently graduated from driving school and one day thought of visiting his grandmother's. He was traveling at night and while doing so, he felt drowsy and due to his negligence, an accident occurred. Now, it was around 30 to 1 minutes to 1 hour before the local services could reach Sam to provide healthcare and help. And even after that, the doctors found out that he needed an organ transplant. But for that, they needed to connect to his family members. And they did not have any track of any family member whatsoever. In the meantime, the grandmother was also trying to connect to Sam for hours, but she also did not have any idea about the whereabouts of Sam. So this brings us to the crux of the problem that we need an immediate SOS system in our country along with advanced driving assistance system which is ADAS so that it can guide the drivers while traveling on the road to travel safely not just for themselves but also for the other drivers on the road. Based upon our research, we found out that around 1.5 lakh road accidents occurred in India in the year 2021 itself, and around 75% of the victims were youth population. We also did a survey of around 50 plus people comprising domains such as police, hospitals, urban drivers as well as rural drivers. And we concluded that most of the people believe that 90% of the accidents occur due to the personal negligence of the drivers, including instances of overspeeding, reckless driving, drink and drive, and feeling drowsy while sleeping, while driving. Sorry. And also we found out that it takes around average leader time of 34 minutes between the occurrence of an accident and provision of healthcare to the victim, which is considerably huge. So we need certain important interventions in our driving system in the form of some automation such as ADAS so that it can assist the drivers while traveling. The system should be affordable as well as accessible, and also it would be of great help if there is some kind of incentivization for the drivers in the form of a reward score or a cumulative driving score that the drivers can redeem after at the end of the day. Thus, we present to you our product MoveSafe, which is to develop an automated car accident prevention system which detects potential hazards such as lane departure warning, forward collision warning, drowsiness detection, pedestrian detection, and other features as we will explore further, along with post-accident assistance. MoveSafe also records the driver based upon a cumulative driving score recorded at the end of each day, which is reported on our servers. Also, MoveSafe is basically an IoT-based device, which is also associated with our artificial intelligence-based models built on top of our Flask server hosted on Firebase Cloud. We also have a user-friendly Android application for the users to get themselves registered on our system. So let me walk you through a video to give you a glimpse about the various smart driving features that we have in our application. Hope you enjoyed the video. Now, after this, let's proceed with what happens after an accident has occurred. So, let's have a look at the video again. So, our device basically detects an accident, and as soon as it does so, it starts out a 15-second timer in the form of a beep. And in that duration, if the driver feels that it is a false accident, then he can click the button present on a device to first turn off all the further SOS proceedings. But if not, an immediate call will be sent to our server. It will be reported along with the live location of the occurrence of the accident, which you can see will be reported via automated SOS calls and SMS to the police as well as the family members of the victim. So this is about the tech solution of our system. Over to my teammate.
Hello, judges. I'm sure that you must have loved our product. So we reduced our product with our surveyors, and 95% of the surveyors have never heard about such solution. 90% of them found this solution beneficial, and 70% of them were okay with investing around 10,000 rupees for such product. Look at here, we completely outweigh our competitors present globally. We aim to provide value to three major personas. First, the car driver by providing making the ride safe and secure by providing them with an incentive based on their driving score. The government agencies by providing them valuable insight to develop road infrastructure as well as assistance systems, and insurance providers by reducing their risks. Our venture will earn revenue through three major models. The first is direct sale of hardware, second is brand partnerships, for example, charging listing fees to insurance companies, etc., and data monetization. Our product will be delivered in three ranges. First is MoveSafe Saksham, MoveSafe Rakshak, and MoveSafe Nirbhay, each having different set of features. This is our go-to-market strategy and an implementation plan for next 4 years. and the impact that we want to create is to reduce risk associated with accident, to save lives, as well as provide data analytics that will improve road infrastructure of the country, as well as assistance systems of the country. In future, we also wish to embed radar system in our solution, establish vehicle-to-vehicle communication, as well as car theft mechanism. Thank you. We want team 53. We have another question. Yes, sir. Like in the present class or in our solution right now? No, sir.
So the cars that are present on they don't know. The cars that are coming, you would buy it today. And any car above like around, it's not still not coming in a very low end car, 85 lakh, it's not. To 10 lakhs, it's not.
So you're saying on the cost.
Yeah, right. Because it should be like it's just retrofittable. It's not like you would have to get it to a mechanic to fit. You can just buy it, you can just take it to your windshield, and that's it. It will start, and you will have to just pair it to the application. So it was a retrofit kind of thing to reduce accidents, and also in case of an accident that happens, then to basically alert all the emergency response services so that you get to the help as soon as possible.
Currently, the emergency systems in India they lack automation, and we are want to intervene in.
So a user can directly buy them.
Yes, and a motivation to buy them is a reward system that we are going to give it. We also through our research we found that there is in road safety market of India there are major investments coming from two major players. First is government through enforcement systems, and another is private players which are developing intelligent transportation system (ITS). But like no one is providing a driver personal motivation to drive safely. So here is our product is the embedded reward system that is filling that gap of providing a personal motivation to driver to drive safely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Further damage you have. Okay. Thank you, sir. 53.
Extra time.
This option.
Team number 49 and team number 33. This is the last call if you are here. 49 and 33.
Are we giving anything?
Yeah. So
I don't know exactly. But if it is, let's say, so what's
Thanks.
Maybe I
because like again,